Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKinnon, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fibre Oats, Michael Kahn, Rob H., John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nurjic Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
But their rights don't go to the point of subjugation. I have the right to travel freely from God. It doesn't matter what country I go to. And that's just a fact, Jack. But for some strange reason, people think, oh, well, you know, my rights change based on country to country. No. I got the right to self-defense. I got the right to protect myself. I have the right to travel without messing with anyone, period. I have the right to shelter, food, water. Simple. I mean, dude, the Bible shows you the clear line between government and people. The Pharisees came, right, but the Pharisees came at Jesus with Roman soldiers, right? Basically, cops. At that point in time, they were cops, they were police. So the Pharisees would come up with a couple of police officers and, oh, Jesus, tell us about this. It's nothing different than what's doing today. The Karens and shit are doing the exact same thing. Well, that man's videotaping out in public. Well, then go back in your house, crazy. Everybody's life must be so freaking just boring for them to complain about somebody who's engaging in a right. It's so weird. First world problems.
Yeah, that would be your brain, cousin.
Dude, it's funny, right? The audit video, I watched a couple of them this morning, and one of them was these cops telling this guy that he can't film out in the public. And then 15 minutes later, they all walked away from him. No ticket, no ID, no nothing. Oh, I guess I can film out in the public. How strange. I could talk about law all day.
I could talk about how great life is all day.
Right?
Hey 10th, hey John.
Good morning. How's everyone?
Very well.
Is John here? Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, all right, no problem. I didn't see you for a second there. Hey, Nathan, you remember Quartermaster 3 and 2, I believe it was called?
No. What's that?
Publication from the Navy. It was the time Proto Thad came on, and I used one of its references to, because it's an ongoing Navy training course.
I don't. You'll
And,
have to just carry on regardless.
Yeah, I'm basically doing it for the audience sake as well. So anyway, copying and pasting at the same time. And Proto said that he went and pulled up that version and read it and wanted to show us something. And obviously, it's one of those situations where, where he'd have a dingleberry under the tangent plane, and then see, look, you didn't read this part, or it was one of those things. And so we just said, no, we just read the part that dealt with what the subject matter was. And then, of course, even in the Nautical Almanac, which is geared for a dingleberry, they have to show pictures and assume they're on the globe. So it's easy to go to these manuals or books on navigation and say, well, how can you flat earther say the elevation angle is this and this and the other when the whole book is about global navigation? Now you understand the context I'm trying to get to?
Yes.
Okay. Well, go to Master B. And let me know once it's up on the screen.
Okay. Quartermaster 3
All
and 2.
right. Yeah, so here's this one. It's got date stamp of 1958 from a library, I guess. And if we go to the next slide, it's page 315, has to do about altitude correction, which is elevation. There are a few general points which should be mentioned here. Besides index correction, there are 4 other altitude corrections. These are corrections for refraction, dip, parallax, and semi-diameter. Refraction is a phenomenon which causes distortion of the straight line of rays of light coming obliquely through layers of atmosphere from bodies at low altitude. The refraction correction is always subtracted from the sextant altitude. It is called the observed altitude correction. This is the part I want to narrow in on. Dip is the difference between the visible horizon at the surface and the visible horizon at the observer's height of eye, or height above the surface. The dip correction is always subtracted from the sextant altitude. Dip corrections are called height of eye corrections. What do you see there?
Excellent citation. And have you passed it to Brian? Has Brian had this?
No. I'm working on a big old presentation where I've got like maybe 100 of these back to back that I can do on your show, back to back to back from different sources.
No, cool. It's just this is the point that Brian labours, as I'm sure you appreciate. I'm not saying it's his point, but I'm just saying it's the one he likes to labour.
Oh yeah, both Brian and I have labored on this point, and this is why I love the team aspect. I just let Brian run because he loves it. Yeah, this is, if the audience understands, everything we said is coming to fruition. Everything they say is falling apart when you do the research. I said on the other show the other day that as you look into it more, other than the surface rendition of something, you find more deeper writings on the subject. And they always show the sensible horizon, which is done by the bubble sextant. Now, those pictures are never, ever saying that the a person at the ocean has a bubble sextant, because all the other writings say that the mariner sextant is used with the visible horizon. You're on a boat, you really can't use the artificial horizon that's in the form of a pan with mercury, or the artificial horizon that's in the form of a spirit level inside of a bubble sextant. Both are horizons, and both have something in common. I'm getting feedback for some reason.
Yeah, I'm trying
And
to
what
figure
they
that
have,
out. I'm sorry about that. I can't figure out what's causing it. Nobody else has got their line open. I don't know. I'm sorry.
no problem. So both have something in common, which is no dip required. This is why I did that special show, Dip or Not to Dip. That is the correction. And therein lies the clue. Why do you do dip correction at sea with the mariner sextant? And why is it not necessary, required at all with artificial horizons? And as we did our research, you find that the reason on land or in an airplane they use artificial horizons, it gives them a horizontal to have the baseline. And once you have a reference, then you could do your 90. And once you have a 90, you can minus the angle, subtract the angle from the sextant reading.
Can you
But when you're at the,
can you drop and rejoin 10th? There's a bizarre noise that's going on. It's just
yeah,
like
yeah. Let me drop
digital
and rejoin.
squeaking, really weird. It's not. It's
All right.
subtle.
Sounds like a budgie.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was listening out the window, going, "Is there a bird outside?" It was
Oh, my
so
window's
weird.
open. I got a bird. No, my window's open. The birds are chirping. Let me close the window. My gosh, you pick up everything.
I've got a budgie going cheap.
Hold on, one deck.
To buy it.
Hold on, one deck. Just leave your mic open a second, 10th man. You've got to say something though to open the gate on my line.
Yeah, sure. Checking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My window's closed. The birds are chirping, but you can't hear them.
No, you can't hear
Hello?
them now. I could just hear the birds chirping in your background.
Unbelievable.
I knew it was something like that because I was listening out my window and I was like, no, it's definitely coming through my monitors.
That's
love my
funny because they're kind of noisy today because I'm hearing them, but I'm into the preset, so I'm not really hearing them, but I am hearing them.
I mean, there's a compromise. I mean, you guys have got guns, right?
Hmm?
I said there's a good compromise if you want to keep the window open. I said you guys have got guns, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, but,
Just shoot it.
The refrigerator's full at the moment, so I don't need to use it.
Fair enough.
All right. Anyway, where was I?
I'm sorry about that, audience who haven't listened to this yet.
All right. Nathan's done flapping. Bird pun. Let's go.
Afternoon, I'll say then before you carry on. Right,
Hey, Adam. Good to have you. So the whole question was about dip or not to dip as correction. So Adam joined at the perfect time. Get ready with that slide, Adam, the one that you made. Because we were always saying that dip is exactly the way we read it. And they were always saying, no, it's Earth curve and you're high and you see over the curve and you're really, and all the diagrams. In fact, if you go to yesterday's slide, which in fact, Nathan, I think it's right above
I
this
got
one.
it.
Go.
I got it with the
Yeah. Go to the beginning, the British Horological Institute. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, so this fits in perfect. I wasn't even planning. All right, so 1918, here's a reference. If you go to the next slide, I've underlined in red, the visible horizon is the horizon as it appears to the observer. Okay, that makes sense. Everyone could understand that. If he were floating in the sea with his eyes on the sea level, then the visible horizon would be his sensible horizon. Now, keep that in mind. Would be. Now, what's the sensible horizon? That's the reference point at your eye line caused by a tool that gives you a horizontal, whether an artificial horizon with the pan and mercury or the bubble sextant with the spirit level. But it says here, if he were floating in the sea with his eyes on the sea level, then the visible horizon would be his sensible horizon, meaning parallel and giving a 90. And so then it says, but in ascending from the sea level, his visible horizon would dip below the sensible, and the dip increase the higher he ascended. Now, this dip has been a point of controversy with anti-flat earthers. So let's go to the next slide. As you can see here, it's an image of old, pirate boat, it looks like, or Navy boat, like a British boat. And you've got that sensible horizon in the dotted line. And then you got the altitude or elevation angle to the star, but you see the sea is below. Now, if that guy was aiming at the horizon, that's the dip correction that he has to account for. It's not saying the Earth is curved. It's the difference between sea level and the sensible horizon. Next slide. As you can see on this one, it shows the sun as the luminary that's being checked out for the elevation angle, and the height of eye gives the sensible horizon, and the dotted line is the sea horizon. But see, they got that other line, which we call the geometric horizon, the one they want you to think is there. That whole dingleberry doesn't exist here. There is no center of Earth in celestial navigation, but they conveniently put it here because they want to keep telling you live on this ball. Actual horizon versus parallel to actual horizon couldn't be any clearer if height of eye is 0 minutes and 0 seconds. So the actual horizon is parallel to the sensible horizon if it's on the sea. Now, we've shown this, and they still don't get it. Now, the next slide goes to the theodolite, which uses a plumb bob or a spirit level to level itself, which gives it a horizontal sensible horizon at the eye line of the telescope that's attached to it. And the angle of depression would be that dip angle if the green line, if you can imagine, is the sea level like in the previous slides. That's the difference between the ocean horizon and the sensible horizon, is that depression angle. And that's all you're correcting for, is height of eye above the sea. Now we'll finish up with today's slide, which shows quartermaster 3 and 2 cover as seen earlier. But now let's move on to the part that is on page 315. Dip is the difference between the visible horizon at the surface and the visible horizon at the observer's height of eye, or height above the surface. The dip correction is always subtracted from the sextant altitude. Dip corrections are called height of eye corrections. End of story. The Earth is flat.
Presentation. What's this last slide? Is that what Adam's to dip or not to dip?
Oh yeah, this was something that I mean, Adam has a way with words, we know it, but I mean, when he made the slide, I instantly said, "That's it, keep it. That's the one I like." And it was the cover for the show with Mitchell from Australia on the subject of dip or not to dip. That is the correction. I'll have Adam read it and see if it's pertinent to this.
Kiddo. To dip or not to dip, that is the correction. Whether it is nobler for the sextant to suffer the limitations of artificial horizons, or to take the eye against the sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them to define a level.
Epic.
Brilliant. Now, see, this makes so much sense after, what, over a year plus now of talking about this one thing called dip. And then I've got hundreds of these. I just don't have enough time, but I will find the time to put it all together. I'll see if I can dig up another one. But you need a 90. It's really saying you have to have a 90 because guess what? You have to subtract the elevation angle from a 90. And how do you have a 90 without a perpendicular? And how do you have it without a baseline that's straight? You can't be curving. We just defined dip with quartermaster 3 and 2, as well as all the others. citations and references I've shown and others have shown. Just because anything written about the sextant is also included in globe navigation books doesn't mean it's not an angle measuring device that has to work with straight lines. It's a quandary that they're in. I have to use their books, which lie, to prove the tool proves a flat Earth.
Not a bad predicament to be in. I'd rather be on this side of the fence than the other side. I've got to be honest.
Oh, I agree. I'm just saying the average person said, "Oh, come on, they wouldn't shoot themselves in the foot that much." Oh, yeah, they will.
Well, they only would if Earth is flat, because they have to,
Right.
and they do, because Earth's flat, and that's how it's navigated.
Yeah. Oh, there's no doubt. There's absolutely no doubt.
That's why so much of the slideshow is taken up by these slides that you've presented now.
Yeah, it's God, you think you have slide? I'm just sharing a little bit of it. I mean, my computer is so full of research right now, and I know I'm just saying all this, but when it all comes out, you'll understand how much. I'm retired, so the minute I get done with my farm work, I just jump on the computer and go deeper and deeper. And it's like the books I got, the sites I know to go to, the keywords to type in, because you sit there and read, and like I watched a video the other day, 2.5 hours long, from a lady who has a master's degree in celestial navigation. Now you would think at this point, why would I do that? Well, because I hadn't seen that one, which means I've seen all the other ones so many times I got bored of them. So I need something new. So I found it. And Foreigner has English version as well as her own language. I think it's Croatian. And I'm watching this thing and I'm saying, oh my gosh, this is so good. And yet I know everything she's talking about. She's the one with the masters, and I'm the one that's just been researching it. So you can really learn a lot from what's online and on YouTube, especially when someone's a professional at this sextant.
Well, it's like when you first came across the flat Earth subject, you start digging around to find it, and you actually find what we have described as the feast of nonsense, presented to you by other random YouTubers that have done probably less research than you. But there we go. In this instance, you can find people who are specifically talking about a subject matter directly related to flat Earth, because that's the tools, that's the ground, that's navigation. But they're not contextualizing it in flat Earth. We're having to repackage and repurpose their contextual use of a flat Earth to navigate the surface of the Earth. So you can go back to this stuff and enjoy it with the same sort of level of enjoyment and excitement when you're into the flat Earth subject as a general, subject. And I'm relating that back to the audience, because most of the audience will have gone through that. They'll have, maybe if they've been around as long as you and I, have gone through you get through all of the videos, you see if you find seemingly all the information that's been published on the subject recently. You see if there's anything older and it doesn't seem to be as good, or the quality's lower. And then you're kind of like, well, what can I find now? So then you're finding repeat information, but just presented in a slightly different way by a slightly different person. And it offers just as much enjoyment when something new comes out in that regard, or at least for the most part it does. But when it's something genuinely new, like this, the repackaging doesn't take away or legitimize or anything from the original material. It is what it is, right? Navigation just is what it is. That's why you can reference it and go, this proves Earth's flat. Here's the person describing how Earth's flat. And when the opponents say, no, it doesn't, because, it's like, well, your argument isn't with us. It's with celestial navigation.
Yeah, exactly. And when it's described how it works, it can never work on a curved surface. It can never work having a curved baseline. That's why they love their sensible horizon, their bubble sextant that uses a bubble to give the horizontal. They do not want to work with the surface of the earth because in their dingleberry, it's curving away. And they've conveniently hijacked height of eye to mean that the higher you are above the ocean, this curve is doing something. When every citation, every reference says, no, buddy, if you had your eye height at the surface of the water, you don't even do dip correction. Really? Well, surface of the water to a glober is curving. Surface of water on the flat earth is a baseline, just like the sensible horizon, just like the artificial horizon with the oil in the pan, giving you a reference of 90. In fact, chew on this one for a while. This is undeniable. I think it's a phrase we're going to have to say more often. Zenith is always 90 degrees from the horizon.
Yeah, that's quite a statement.
Always.
And if you really want to rub salt in the wound, like you've been talking about the measurement, but even when you try to conceptualize the measurement in a model, the Earth needs to be flat in that too.
Because it'd be the celestial sphere model.
Right.
There's no beat in it, John. You've got them. No one will ever debate you.
Well, they'll have to agree with me first before they can.
That's what I'm saying. They have to. I love the way you said it the other day. We're not going to debate. Well, it's not a debate anyway, because your concession is that you have to start flat, and then you want to change it. There's no more debate. You have to agree it's this way.
Yeah, it's an important thing to remember in debating somebody is it's for the audience. So I doubt he'll get it, but I'm not doing it for him, you know?
Yeah. What's the point of debating past the concession?
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, and crypto link in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by Refracted Curvature, Neil, the Adam Meakin, 10th Man, and a whole bunch of people in Discord. So welcome, one and all.
Good morning, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
One more bing bong? No? Good morning. Good to have you all. Strange start to the live show with doorbells going. I don't know whose that was, but there we go. Any evidence of a physical
I'm
gym?
sorry. I turned the volume down. The birds now this. I should be good.
Birds
It's
and
just
the bells.
Yeah, I opened all the lines and it went bing bong, bing bong. I don't know why. Anyway, let's not destroy the
And me
intro to
too.
this
I'm
live
here
show.
too.
Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's the horizon formerly known as Earth curve.
No, but we have physical evidence that Arwen is here.
Yes,
Hey, Arwen.
and I have limited curvature, but not of the Earth-based variety, though.
Sorry, what are you telling me?
Curvature can only be found on people, especially ladies, not on Earth.
And you're disclaiming your lack of curvature.
It's actually.
Well, I'm not a
turning in-
lady, so I only have
it's-
partial curvature.
It's turning into a waste of time.
What?
I think he's shooting from the hip
Curvature.
with this one. It's not going.
No
the way he
curvature.
wants to.
The
Nice,
horizon is
Nathan.
not geometric. Nobody ever claimed the horizon was Earth curvature.
The Dutch will
Nobody
get that one
expects
later.
to see geometry.
Yeah, they do. They've got a mathematics called the Earth curve calculator, where they very specifically say you're going to see a hill getting in the way of boats and buildings and stuff with a physical ascribable value, based on an exclusive use or the exclusion of perspective, hijacking thereof.
But that's only in the model, though, not in the real world.
In the real world, we don't see Earth curve because the horizon isn't Earth curve. However, if you reify a model called Earth curve into your existence, then you will believe that the horizon is a physical leading edge of a sphere called Earth curve, blocking boats and buildings calculable in the Earth curve maths. In reality, it isn't. That's correct, Darwin. We got there. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Nathan. Hey, everyone.
Right.
Good to have you.
Good to be here.
Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Well, if anybody ever wanted to assert Coriolis as a proof, first they would have to assume that Earth was a sphere with a radial value, and then they'd have to assume it was a non-inertial turning reference frame.
I got one for you. The Georgia Guidestones actually proved the Earth was stationary. It's now a new conspiracy that they turned it down because it had a hole that was directly pointed at Polaris and it never changed. Just like the pyramids.
Okay. So, because you can see a hole, because there's a hole in the Guidestones that you can see that Polaris never moves from its position as the North Star. How does that? It doesn't in the heliocentric model either. I don't follow how that would disprove or prove a flat Earth or a non-rotating Earth in this instance. Just explain how.
Well, there would be
Polaris not moving
in the
proves that.
heliocentric model. There is supposedly a wobble, right? There's a
But the
wobble.
processional change would take thousands of years for it to be out of alignment in.
Right. Well, nobody's
Hold
ever
on,
proved
Arwen.
that
Can you
wobble
just let Adam
being
get
there.
to the end of their appeal to the future fallacy? Go ahead, Adam.
Well, that would be it. But it's not like it is Stonehenge that's been there for reportedly thousands of years. It's fairly new. So any alignment that would set up would be as Nathan correctly says, it'd be an appeal to the future, wouldn't it? That it would or would not show procession.
Remember when you'll remember this, Adam. This is 2015. First got here, and the people who'd come across flat Earth were just by nature questioning everything, and Jeranism was questioning the validity of the claims about Stonehenge. And what he got back from all the people were, no, it's been there for a very long time. It's been exactly how it is. It's never been moved. We can't even figure out how to move them. Modern man couldn't even move them. They're so big and blah, 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 all this stuff. And he came back with, here's some pictures of men moving them.
In the
With
20s
fairly
and
basic
50s,
tools.
With cranes and then cementing them into the ground to stop them moving.
Right.
Here's a picture of Stonehenge in the 1700s as a complete pile of rubble.
Right.
Yeah,
But
it's all rubbish.
it just really amused me, the consistency of that particular argument with Jaren. How dare you even assert that they could possibly even be moved they haven't been for thousands of years. Here's a picture in the last 20 to 30 years in reasonably high definition of them being moved by men. Here you go. And he got crap for that too. And it's like, I'm just presenting it as I see it. This is what I've got. What do you want? Is pictures of them being moved.
Yeah, I think the whole site was moved from one place, from its original position to its current position. And I think it's the 50s, or maybe it was before the 50s.
It wasn't relocated. It was just a lot of the fallen stones, the sarcens that were re-erected. I think some of the tops were replaced. It was just basically a wreck. It wasn't as we see it today. I'm just trying to see if I can find some of the pictures, because
they reconstructed it basically into what they thought it would have originally been.
Parking at Stonehenge is quite expensive, and then they've roped off the site. So if you're just a tourist, you can't go around and actually look at the stones, but you can at the solstice. So I've been several times with various girlfriends to actually go into the stones and experience them. Although my wife did recently tell me that they've started to let people in if you pay more, something like that. Anyway, at the time I went one of the solstices, we got there really early, and it was just a touristy time, and I wanted to have a look around. So I couldn't find the car park. Now, when you're driving, if you're a person who drives a car, you'll know what I'm talking about. You're paying close attention to the signs, you're looking at the road, you're making sure you don't run anybody over, you're just paying attention to that. Where's the car park? Where are we going to stop so I can take in what's going on around me? So I pull the car in to the car park after finding the sign for it, park up. I get out, and the first guy I see, I go, "Excuse me," and he's like, no, money for parking. No. I'm like, no, let's not concern ourselves with that at this moment. Higher priority, where are the stones? He's like, what are you talking about? I said, where are the stones? I want to know where they are. Which direction do I go? Yeah, I'll give you the money for parking. Where do I go? He's like, you're having me on. You just pulled in a car. I'm like, that's not what I asked. Where are they? Just tell me, point in a direction. So the guy's chuckling away while I'm asking him this, because he knows I'm serious. Right, and then he literally puts his hand on my back and ushers me, with my girlfriend following, up the little hill that we've just come down the car park into. And as I walk up the hill into the entrance I've just driven into, you see the stones coming over the top of the hill, and they are immense. They're massive. It's hard to describe how big they are. Vast. They're really big. But I didn't see them because I was paying attention to the signs of the car park. And this guy was like, I've never seen that ever happen before. You can park for free. So he gave me free parking because I hadn't noticed the stones pulling in. Anyway, that's my story.
The top?
Oh, that's hilarious.
Top's being put back on.
Yeah, you get a load of crazy hippies there at the solstice. So you can go and, if it's a clear day, you get to see the sunrise between the stones, and there's all people with bongos and lots of crazy crusty hippies all smoking ganja and doing what crazy hippies do. But yeah, it was quite a lot of fun. A lot of people chanting and what various different, what I would call religious people or seemingly religious people doing their do. Yeah, it's all very interesting.
There's a lot of people turn up to the likes of Stonehenge at the solstices, and that were false druids. They turn up and they're just making up stuff. It's just like witchcraft type stuff that they're just adding to and making up. And they start wearing robes and all this other stuff. And they don't know what they're at. They're just crazy people. There was a bit of that going on here, but it was kind of sorted at the Newgrange and Hill of Tara and that, but it had to be dealt with. It's just like, you're just kind of crazy people. You've no business being here. You don't know anything about anything, and you're just turning up as if you are ancient, and knowledgeable, and you're just banging bongos, making noise.
Ancient LARPers. Right? They're like, we are the original ones, but they're just LARPers. Is that what you mean, Brian?
Yeah, they're just usurpers. They're not. They don't even know they're usurpers. You know what I mean? They're just trying to be things that they're not. You're not a druid, lad. You know what I mean? You're not. Who wants to hang around with you? What knowledge have you got that's going to matter? The druids were people of knowledge, where people from overseas and in other countries in Asia and everything would come to talk to the druids. Like, who's going to come from China to talk to some of these idiots?
They were not very theatrical in nature. They weren't like, oh, look at me, I'm so druid, I'm so special. No, they would keep it as secret as possible because they understood like how dangerous that power really is, the power of knowledge and insight.
I think it's if I'm what you're saying, Bri, is we these people ascribe to be druids, but we have druidism as we perceive it today is a modern Victorian invention of what's perceived to be based on Merlin or kind of stereotypes like Get-a-Fix from Asterix, those kind of or the standard images you see, but there's no actual real history of what these people believed. It'd be, to me, the druids are the ancient inhabitants that were wiped out, their history destroyed. Hence why you link it to Ireland, because that's the origin. The UK is an overflow of the original point, Bruna Boyne, Newgrange. But to know what their theology was, we don't know. We've only got the monoliths really left to guess.
Right. Wasn't most of it.
Sun rising, dewy, bring an autumn equinox in. A represents sun rising, northeast at summer solstice, southeast at winter solstice, like it will do today. It's about 20 minutes, half an hour, cloud covers okay. Let's cut through, we'll see. I'll do it later. And it represents the earth going around the sun, taking a view of that. And come to an end to fertility religion. We also say that the eye represents the palace of the solar god. The A reflects the gorgeous earth goddess, and the O is the kind of prophet lovemaking from when we all see. So, take just a deep breath when you hand it up, and 3 letters I, there bring that as long as you like.
This is a live show, Nathan.
Can somebody in
Discord
sort that out?
I think that's a video.
Playing the chanting from Stonehenge.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
You've heard of the ancient Stonehenge choir? Well, this is it. You are it. Ladies and gentlemen, lovely. And again, let's just get it full wedding. Well, you're fantastic, Stonehenge Choir. Thank you very much. This is lovely. All right. Well, now, if we do a traditional invocation to the sun, even though it's behind the clouds, we know it'll come up later, and to the earth. And should we do it one line at a time? If I do a line, and you all do a line? Yeah. Is that all right?
Yeah, these guys are as much real druids as Catholics are real Christians.
There you go. So that was me at the solstice. Fun.
The reason that there was no Druidic knowledge available is because they made a point of never writing anything down. Because written word can be manipulated and stolen. Whereas if it's only mouth to ear or whatever, it's only person to person, verbally, the knowledge was never written down. So the only people that would have it, they would never write it down. Even if they did have it, still have it now. They never write it down. So you'd never get to study it or learn it or view it or whatever in a written form. And there's probably a lot of it that, I don't know, you'd have to have it taught to you. You wouldn't even understand it maybe written down. I don't know. But they never wrote anything down.
Just one sec. Shout out to Unitox Femu, who says summer is coming for 2 weeks in the UK. Yay! Thank you very much for the super chat. Sorry, Arwin, go ahead.
Right. So most of the knowledge was passed on by verbal tradition, right? teacher to student, but you could also just have natural discoveries, right? Own impulses through the purity of connection with God and all that. You can rediscover things, right? The mind works very similar. So people rediscover the same things over and over again, no matter how many times everything has been forgotten.
Well,
Do you want a wild stab in the dark at what they believed? I would suggest if you follow the history of Egypt, the history of Ireland, the formations of after Akhenaten and the return to the west, as the Egyptians describe it, which is where they go to Ireland, I would suggest that the Druidic religion would closely resemble that of the monotheistic religions of ancient Egypt.
What?
So
I would say it went the other way.
Akhenaten, who is the monotheistic god, is the destruction of the Egyptian Empire, and what you see is them returning west, which is where you see the rhesus negative bloodlines. So this story is documented. They stop in the Basque region, again rhesus area, and then they return to Ireland, to Scotia, to Hibernia, to Ireland, which is where Scotia forms, and then they go and invade Scotland, and that's where the name Scotia sticks for Scotland. But these are all of those tribes that have the origins in ancient Egypt. So if I was going to stick a mystery cult on them, then I would be looking at where they originated from, which would be the monotheistic Akhenatans, destruction of the old religion. So just to bring in one creator god, the Arton, which is what I follow.
Well, the Druids also had a connection to Asia. The emperor of Japan has a connection, like that bloodline has a connection to the Druids. The Empress of Japan, she can speak fluent Gaelic, and she also plays the harp.
Now they're all gingers, Brian. That's why, mate. All of them.
Well, they're not, are they?
I don't
know. Are they?
Japanese. So the I forgot the name. The originals are fair-skinned, ginger,
Actually,
and dark hair.
Right,
The Iron. And if you look at the ancient Chinese emperors, they're ginger. Look at the ancient Egyptian mummies, they're ginger. So, and that's very strongly with the rhesus negative links, as well as green and blue eyes. But it goes back to Ireland. But it all goes back to Ireland, doesn't it?
Yeah, there seems to be some kind of a connecting point. I don't know. I mean, we can only speculate about it because they didn't even write down what the knowledge they had, whatever it was. So we can only speculate about it. But I think I know that connection there, it must have been like, there must be historians that either look past it or they've kind of put it into the closet, because that would surely mess with history, wouldn't it?
Well, Brian, if they didn't write it down, they must have drew it.
Oh, that's brilliant.
That's brilliant. It is. That's probably the best pun to date.
Well, just on the original question that was asked that brought this up was, is there any evidence of axial rotation? Now, the best question is there any evidence that we're not stationary? Isn't it?
Yeah, I think what to paraphrase, you're saying that the claim that we're spinning or on a non-inertial turning reference frame in order to be able to experience Coriolis effect, as the globe claims, that's an extraordinary claim. So therefore, the burden of proof is that much higher. I mean, the claim in the first instance requires the burden of proof be on the claimant that we're spinning. Now, there's no way that you can make a claim that Earth being stationary is a positive claim. To assert that the ground you're standing on is moving is a pretty far-fetched claim, extraordinary in nature, and definitely requires some extraordinary evidence to go with it, as opposed to the half-arsed, we'll observe Coriolis effect if we don't quite detail what that really is and give you a vague idea about how it happened in a football or a bullet, but definitely doesn't happen to planes. You know, that's not extraordinary evidence. That's crap. Just that's followed up by anti-flat earthers telling us how we won't see the effect. Again, that's definitely not extraordinary evidence to back the extraordinary claim that we're spinning. No positive requirement for evidence when you say we're stationary.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's literally no evidence that we're not stationary. You know, and there's no evidence that it's not a horizontal plane. You know, this is the thing, isn't it? Fighting an uphill battle by fighting with their arguments that it is the opposite of what it just presents itself as.
Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
It's over there at that angle, and it's shining beautiful.
It got almost to our zenith here a couple of days ago. Like right above us in the UK. Really nice.
What was right above you?
The
Can
sun.
you tell me what it is?
The sun was at our
What's it
zenith.
made of?
I don't need to give any further explanations or justifications for what I've stated when I say the sun was at our zenith a few days ago. It was. It's just a fact.
It's a non-local hologram.
What? Hologram?
Let's move on.
What do you mean, let's move on, baller? No.
No,
That's
not a
that's
baller.
a claim. Let's
Not
see.
a baller. It's
That's
not
a
a ball
claim.
claim.
Yeah, just comparing you to a baller who's now rumpusing the fact that I've called you a baller.
I'm not rumpusing. I'm just
You're not
calling out your
justifying your
straw
claim.
man of calling me a baller.
Yeah, we're going to dwell on this. It's baller tactics 101, right? Major on the minors.
You straw man me again with the baller.
Yeah,
Baller
throw out
tactics?
random fallacies. Okay.
What were we talking about again?
It's going to take at least 3 minutes to get back to the claim he's made. Hopefully, you can put enough distance between him and the claim he's made for him to not have to justify it if I forget. I won't. How much
The
distance?
distance over sun is over there.
Hologram, I heard. Did anybody else hear hologram? Is it just me?
Yeah, I heard it.
Right.
I just
That's a
asked what it
positive
was,
claim.
what it was made of.
Yeah, just look it up in Greek because that wasn't a physics-based claim.
Sorry, look up hologram in Greek. This is your burden of proof reversal fallacy, is it, Arwin? Or why am I looking up anything? Hologram,
I
you
didn't
say?
make a physics
What
claim.
evidence is there that it's a hologram?
It's just a description. It's not a physics claim. I don't have the evidence to make a physics claim for it. I could potentially get that, but I don't have it right now.
A hologram is a physical manifestation in light.
Not if it's non-local.
God.
But you didn't hear that part. You just got hung up on the
Okay,
hologram and you thought you had a little baller hook
Sorry,
you could
what's-
slap me
what's-
with, didn't you?
Isn't local a scale? Isn't it just a convention?
Non-local
What do you mean
hologram.
local?
Yeah, everything on
Has
those.
anybody-
hologram.
Could anybody give an example other than the sun of a
No.
non-local hologram?
No, he's
Celestial
Get my head
light.
around it.
Celestial lights are the
moon.
only example that I have.
You're saying it's just a description, but if the description is self-contained within the explanation, then you can't just give the justification it's just a description, or you can just look it up in Greek.
Yes, you can.
Well, you can't because
Can
there's
I
nothing
say
comparable.
something?
There's nothing comparable. It's a self-contained description you've assigned to it with two words, non-local. Well, local could be a sliding scale in a convention that you assign arbitrarily after the fact and have done already. And hologram, I know what hologram means. I just want you to give us some proof that it is hologrammatic in nature. But you aren't. You're just saying, no, it's just a description. Or
How
look it up
can
in
you
Greek.
do- how can
or
you do that?
non-local means that somehow that's anything that's not literally touching my eyeball, I can say is non-local.
No, that's not. It's non-local in the context of holographics, of holograms, of light-based apparitions that give the appearance of a locality, right?
No, it isn't.
You have
No,
local
it isn't.
holograms. These
No,
we
it isn't
can
because-
make.
I thought you'd paused.
I'm not done yet.
Just let me give my. I thought you'd paused. Adam's already covered that because you've self-contained it within your non-local hologram with nothing comparable. So you can't now flip it back to being a description within hologrammatic explanations because it isn't. It's self-contained within your description of the sun. So no, it isn't referenceable to holograms. and their descriptions.
Their description?
Yeah,
Who's
their
they?
definitions. That's what you've just done. You've just said it is comparable. You just look at the definitions of how holograms are defined. But Adam's already qualified. I'm just repeating myself. You've said it's specifically not comparable to anything else.
Well, we might find something like that out there. I haven't, though. I mean, the only other thing I can compare to it as a non-local hologram would be a rainbow, but it is very fair to say that it is directly derived from these non-local holograms, so it's part of it. But the Celestials are the only non-local holographic effect that I've ever perceived.
What's a local hologram
Derived
then?
effects like
Can't do
rainbow.
that either, Brian. Adam's cut that revenue off. Okay, I think
Yeah,
we're done
that's what I was
here.
wondering.
Fine,
How can
whatever.
you give a location?
Ugh, sorry, go ahead, Brian. My bad.
No, you go.
I was just tutting and moaning.
I know you do.
Yeah.
Do holograms?
Hold on, whoever's
Go on, John, go
interrupting. Go ahead, Brian.
I was just saying, how can the holograms have a location? Do you know what I mean? A local and non-local. How does that work? The whole point
Well,
of a
a
hologram is
hologram-
it's an illusion.
Yes, but they can, within the illusion, have the appearance of a location. Or, when they don't, they're non-local and they always have the same apparent distance towards the observer. They're
Oh, yeah,
never
but
The
you're
non-local.
only-
hologram has a location. However, the things within the hologram appear to be dislocated from the apparent from the actual location of the hologram itself. But they have a location. It's just as you look at the hologram, they'd be offset from that exact specific location. So they'd be non-specific to the location of the hologram in terms of how they appear. But they're not. They're exactly there on my credit card, aren't they?
Yeah,
Right, but that's not a real hologram. That's
Yeah, it
just
is.
a slight
The
hologram.
only hologram I know. What's another hologram then? Because that's that. If I want a real world example of a hologram, that's what I would cite. So what's a real hologram then?
Well, not that. That's only a partial hologram. It's not a full hologram. It's partial hologram. It's about as holographic as a fresco, a painting or a sculpture would be on a building, right?
Okay.
It isn't. It isn't actually holographic. It just seems a little bit.
Okay,
It has an effect.
What is then? So that I can have a definition from you then. Because I've gave you what a
I thought
hologram
we
is
dealt
in the
with
real
this.
world.
I
and you
thought we
said
dealt with
that's
this
not it.
based on Adam's objection, which is to say that you can't. I said it twice. Right, if you're saying it's non-comparable because it's non-local to other holograms, then Adam asking you to qualify it with a different one is never going to come to fruition for Arwin, is it? Because he can't. He's already disclaimed that. So I don't really know where this is going. It's getting frustrating.
Well, what I was going to say is it's kind of hidden in the term physical, isn't it? Like, how do you qualify physical? Because if it's existing outside the mind, does anyone doubt the sun exists outside the mind?
What do you mean, outside the mind? You mean, should I die, the sun would vanish? Do I believe that the sun only exists in my mind, therefore it wouldn't exist if I didn't exist? You're saying, do I believe the contrary to that?
Right. Does the sun exist in the mind or in the
No.
physical world?
I think it exists
There
in the
is a
physical
light
world.
effect in the physical world, and the mind makes a hologram out of it based on the parameters.
There's another bulb claim. Now I got to back two claims.
I'm sorry.
But I was just going to say, because it kind of comes down to with the examples you have to give of saying it's a projection without the projector.
Who's claiming there's
Well,
no
there has to be
projector?
a projector. I just don't know how it works. I think that the projector is the realm itself. I think
Knew
it
it.
just is a
Adam,
manifestation.
I'd high five
Oh.
you. Adam called that a split second before it came out his mouth.
And more importantly, wouldn't the necessary antecedent of a projection be the thing that's projecting it? Otherwise, it wouldn't be a projection, would it?
Well, I'm not calling it a projection. The projection is description
Oh,
that
I
I
was
give
suggesting-
when inquired. Can I finish? When inquired to the cause of it, which I do not have.
No. My point was to John in terms of you saying there's not a source for the projection, but by definition, the word projection means it's been projected from something else.
Right. And it's like saying a hologram without a source. It's the same thing.
Okay, then.
My issue with all this, just before you move on, Nathan, is that when you can't claim that the only example of a non-local hologram that you can give us is the things that you're claiming are non-local holograms.
I can claim whatever the fuck I want. I'm not making a physics claim.
No need.
I'm simply, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. And even if all of you guys are against me, which you aren't right now, I'm still going to say it. And you can try to shame me for doing what I do as much as you like. It's not going to make me stop ever.
No.
It'll just drive me away and talk about it on my own, which I have for the last 7 years.
Alwyn, you included. No, nobody's trying to shame you. You just made a claim. We're asking you to back it. That's it. The standards don't change just because it's you making a claim or it's just your claim to be description of something. And Brian's absolutely right. If you're going to say it's a non-local hologram, well, what's a local hologram? Well, the only example of the non-local hologram is what I'm calling a non-local hologram. Brian's spot on. What's wrong with that? Don't take it personally. There's no need to swear at him. He's right.
I don't care. I'm still going to keep saying it.
Right, and we're going to keep asking you to back your claim that you're making. That's all.
Yeah, and I can with descriptions, not with physical, tangible proof. I will never be able to personally, scientifically prove it within physics, okay? But I'm right, and I'm going to turn out to be right, and I have nothing but time to show for it.
You might
and
be
I
right.
will.
No, you're not right. You might be right.
Oh, I am right, and
No,
I
you're not.
will
You might
turn
be.
out to be right.
At best, you might be.
Yeah, I know I will.
Right, but being right would mean you've got evidence to back it, and we're going to ask every time because we're just as intrigued. The fact that it's you coming up with it doesn't mean we won't take it as seriously every time you come up with something. And it doesn't mean that we'll go, oh, all right, that might be true. At best, you might be right, but we'd like to know that you are right. Or we can get to the stage where you haven't got anything to back that claim, therefore it's just a baseless assertion. Sorry, that's how it is. Don't have to take it personally.
When I respect your opinion. So when you come out with this stuff, I want to know why. I want to know the rationale behind it.
Me too.
It's not necessarily
Well,
to...
not that much. Not that much, because you all still rumpus over me as I try to give a delicate explanation to adapt to your refined inquiry. And then you do. You've done this all this show.
Right, while he moans about rumpusing, I'm going to rumpus him with a super chat. Shout out to Sensual Goat. May I ask who from the panel and Discord are appearing tomorrow at Speaker's Corner? Wow, what a wonderful segue, Sensual Goat. I really appreciate it. And thanks for the support with the super chat.
I think it's Sunday at Speaker's Corner.
Neil's obviously at Speaker's Corner. Let him go, Adam. Go ahead, Neil.
Go on, Neil.
It's too loud over here.
Thank you for letting us know during the live show. After a beautiful segue, paid £10 for it.
Thank you, Neil. Now we can all move on to a less uncomfortable subject. Right, guys?
Nobody's uncomfortable except you.
Oh, no, I'm not uncomfortable at all. I'm right where I am, and I am going to be here another 7 years if I need to. Doing exactly what I am.
Arwen.
You be you.
Arwen. Sorry, Nate.
I don't need any rebuttal to that. There is no rebuttal there. I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and you can't change my mind. And you don't need to convince me that it's not compatible with the way you do things here, because that's not going to make me stop doing that.
We want to be free to do what we want to do. We want to get loaded, have a good time.
You're right. No matter how much you rumpus me.
And no one's got any problem with you being right. We're just asking you to apply the same standards here that we do to everybody else when we make a claim. Anyway, so I don't think Speaker's Corner is on Saturday. I'm pretty sure it's Sunday, traditionally. And then from there, I won't read it all out, but if I could just quickly screen share, you can have a look yourselves. I'm obviously planning on being there in Nottingham, which is Tuesday the 19th. I'm trying to see if Nathan fancies turning up for either the Gloucester or Birmingham one, which is Thursday and Friday, Thursday the 14th or Friday the 15th. And if Nathan's going to one of those, I shall try and make it to that one as well.
Birmingham or Gloucester?
Well, that seems nearest to you, doesn't it, in terms of what's on the route?
Yeah, I mean, it makes no odds wherever it's England, right? Nowhere's far.
No. But I don't know if you were planning, but if you are, I'll try and make it that day and give you the banner as well.
14th/15th in Birmingham or Gloucester.
Yeah. Gloucester on the 14th, Birmingham the 15th. Friday.
Do you know where in Birmingham? Because that's a big place.
I'll find out. It'll be on there.
If it's a nice part of Birmingham, then yeah.
Is the one. Bourneville. That's nice.
Bourneville? Bourneville's not nice.
I like it.
That's all right. There's a bit of countryside. You mean it's not very cityfied? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
You mean it's not very Birmingham? It's got some fields as opposed to skyrise. Okay. All right, yeah, I'll find out. 14th/15th, Gloucester or Birmingham. I'll see if I've got anything planned with the kids or something. If I have, then I can't. If I haven't, then I will.
Cool.
Thank you for the super chat again, Central Goat. Really appreciate the support. What other dates are there?
Well, that's what I was just going to add. Obviously, the other one, I think we spoke to Sleeping Warrior. Tony's on about Preston, because it's just around the corner from him. So we might turn up to that one. Other than that, I know Neil Costantino's trying to get there, but I'm not sure.
Excellent. So they're up and down the country.
I
over the
will
next
be
week,
there
basically.
because I'm on the poster.
Yeah. But yeah, so there you go, guys. I'll try and get some more updates for next Monday, and that I'll give a few bits and bobs. I'm sure there'll be a few more.
They're starting Monday, right? They start on Monday.
They're starting as the super chat said. They're starting at Speaker's Corner. I'm pretty sure it's Sunday. I stand to be corrected, Saturday, and then it's back to Plymouth for Monday, and then it'll follow that itinerary.
At Hyde Park, London, right?
Yeah, at Speaker's Corner, yeah.
So Speaker's Corner, Hyde Park, London, Sunday. Just in case this is the last opportunity to plug it, because this is the last live show before the weekend. I don't normally mention it, but obviously if we're going to encourage people to go to Speaker's Corner, do you know if there's anybody there specifically?
Yeah, they're all there. Jason, I assume Rox will be there. Harry, the original instigator of all this tour in the UK, will be there. I know Dave Murphy's due to get on a few dates, so he's more likely to be on the London one. And also Trinity 4's been in touch with me, Dave Mannon. He's doing quite a few dates. I think him, Andrew and his son, ZZ will be with them. I'm meeting up with them in Nottingham for definite. So quite a few faces, I think, from YouTube land, and also some of the more prominent speakers. There's a funny bit I saw, nothing to do with Flat Earth per se. It was Speaker's Corner is quite a big thing where people debate, and it's got a bit monotonous recently. And one of the guys, and a bit just kind of just religious arguments. And there was this sick guy just saying, "Look, come on, guys, let's get back to the old Speaker's Corner. Even you Flat Earthers, come on back. You were at least refreshing for down there." So I think it's been a while. So I think this is the return of Flat Earth.
Who said that? Backhanded.
Just some guy that comments on Speaker's Corner doing just who goes round interview, because there's some really good debates down there. So that's a constant stream that on Sundays from down there. But sometimes he'd cover the flat Earth stuff, but a lot of it's the kind of Muslim.
You end up debating face to face. I'll end up in a fist fight with someone, won't I?
Not if you go to Speaker's Corner, it can get a bit tasty, but certainly on the streets here, no, because the worst you get is people ridiculing, walking off. Or like yesterday when I picked the poster up, I said to him, so he had to go at any other questions then? Well, he said, I know the first one. It's 93 million miles to the sun.
Distance to the sun is the first question, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So I did say, well, it's not so much do you know can you research the answer from their rhetoric. It's do you know why and how they've derived that, and do you think it's valid? Oh, and this is when he went. So this is a common thing you'll get if which is a runaway line, which is, oh yeah, I looked into all that years ago, and I don't believe any of it.
AKA, I don't know and couldn't tell you now. I'm put on the spot.
Yeah.
Lack of honesty.
Now, people just don't want to seem dumb. Lack of humility. Maybe they did look into it years ago, but looking into something years ago doesn't mean that you've got a good expert knowledge in it. You might have a vague knowledge about something that you specifically bring up yourself that you remember. But typically, most people think they've got an outstanding knowledge of heliocentrism. Dunning-Kruger.
Well, hold on. I think a lot of it goes back to their education, because not understanding was shamed in schools. Oh, he doesn't understand. I think that is a lot of the reason that people aren't willing to say that they, just say the truth, that they don't understand it, because they've been shamed into saying they understand when they don't.
I used to understand that stuff. Doesn't sound as good as I used to know all about that stuff. I understand it, just can't remember how to explain it now on the spot. Therefore, I'm not stupid, and I'm not worthy of ridicule for not understanding how this complicated heliocentric system works. Which, let's be reasonable, although I agree with you, you would have been shamed if you were to declare that you didn't understand this seemingly so basic, obvious nature of our reality kind of stuff when you go through school and sort it. So therefore, you'll disclaim that you do understand it, regardless of how good your knowledge is. And it wouldn't be unfair to say most people shouldn't be expected to understand complex mathematics of heliocentric nonsense. Why would they?
After John, I want to say something.
I was just going to say they've confused understanding and comprehension. They're not synonyms. One is derivative of the other.
Right.
My experience growing up in the school system, coming from another country, was I challenged everything. I had a language issue to begin with. So if you've never challenged something, how do you expect as an adult to be? You're programmed. You got to be unprogrammed to challenge something.
Adam was in the middle of his example. Was that the end of the example?
Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, I'll find out if I can attend on one of those two dates, 14th or 15th, Gloucester or Birmingham, and hopefully.
That'd be cool. You might be able to do a live stream or.
Yeah, maybe.
I can't live stream anymore because I've not got 1,000. So I obviously used to do it on the Iron Realm channel. So, but my channel's still well short of 1,000 subs. Hit that subscribe button, people. Actually, that'd be really handy.
Hey, Adam, if Nathan comes, he'll be a banner of a day, wouldn't it?
Stick your channel in the live stream chat. Go subscribe to Adam. He does produce content here and there.
I should pop more in. Divergent Droid's been doing me a good favour, to be fair.
Yeah, it's a great mod.
Yeah, it's been pimping it, but it might be worth doing a little stream from there, Nathan. It could be fun.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if I attend one of them, hopefully I can. Should we move on in housekeeping? 45 minutes into the show. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Oh, what is it, Nathan?
It's the conceptual medium known as space-time bending as a result of the uneven distribution of mass in Einsteinian vernacular. Currently taught to school children, however, is Newtonian mass-attracting mass. Neither are true.
Yeah, I would say the current one is a concept, and we can't even ever test it. And then the old one, there's no evidence for it.
Yeah, there was no physical demonstrable evidence of their claim to be physical demonstrable mass attracting mass, so they moved it into the conceptual realm of pseudo-Ramonian force space-time bending. Because then there's nothing physical to test or show that it doesn't happen physically, because it's not happening physically, it's happening conceptually in a realm that doesn't exist, that's fourth dimensional.
So it's an inaccurate
For the-
description of a phenomenon you can't observe.
You can't observe it, you can describe it in the pseudo-Riemannian for space-time mathematics.
Inaccurately.
When you
that
say
question,
Hold on. When you
Sorry.
say inaccurately, do you mean as in the problem with only having one position to measure? And what do you mean inaccurately? Does it not work within the convention?
Well, no, it can't because you're applying an R value to the Earth.
Ah, right. I should have seen this coming a mile away. Right. No, you can't. Yeah, you're right. It need to violate an assumption that you've violated when you talk about the Earth being a sphere shape moving around the sun in that description of for space-time bending with the gravitational accretion and gravitational wells and all things sphere-shaped. You'll need an R value. And in order to get it, you'll need to measure a flat plane and derive your sphere-shaped Earth that's causing fourth-dimensional space-time to bend from a flat plane origin. Indeed, you're going to need R, and you'll need a flat plane to get it.
just on that question, is there any scientific evidence of gravity? For the layman, I mean, I think maybe it might be good to take all the questions, all the housekeeping questions, and just ask them, just do like an alternative version of the questions. So what this question is really asking is, so every time I go to speak, for whatever reason, Nathan, every time I go to speak, and it's going on for ages, someone keeps on echoing me. So whether that's intentional or not, I don't know. But I just said I'd let you know. But the question really is, what is scientific evidence? And does the current or former claims of gravity meet what scientific evidence is? Meet that definition? Because that's the breakdown of that question, isn't it? Because scientific evidence, yeah, gravity is scientific. It's all scientific. There's loads of scientific evidence for it. Is that what scientific evidence? So what is scientific evidence? And does gravity, current or former claims concerning it, meet that definition? Because most people don't know what scientific evidence is anyway. That's the problem. So they could just say yeah and think that it's right, including PhDs. There's a lot of them out there that don't even know that.
Okay, so scientific evidence, to define it, would be a validated hypothesis. And a hypothesis would be a natural phenomena with a presumed cause to vary. So to be a piece of scientific evidence, it would mean you've varied and manipulated a presumed cause of an effect you've studied in nature and proven that that presumed cause did actually cause the effect. That would be validation of hypothesis. If A, then B, or if A not B, is a scientific prediction, aka hypothesis. And if you vary A to see if it causes B, and it does cause B, that's a valid hypothesis. Upon validation of a hypothesis based on a phenomena you want to study, that would be the definition of scientific evidence.
Exactly. So it would start with a phenomena. So what's the phenomena, the current phenomena for gravity?
There isn't one.
And what was the former phenomena? This is even more bizarre.
107 years ago, it was mass attracting mass.
And was that a phenomena? What was the phenomena? Because that was the claim. That was the claimed cause. What was the claimed phenomena?
No, that's the claimed phenomena. So, in a in a hypothesis, their hypothesis for the 107-year out-of-date, in-name only Newtonian gravitation, is if mass, so mass is your presumed cause, then mass attracts mass. That's your dependent variable.
I can give that as a phenomenon.
Mass attracting mass is the phenomena, according to them. It just
Right,
doesn't happen.
But if the Earth was a sphere and things were falling towards its center, which neither one of those statements are true, Earth's not a sphere and things aren't falling towards its center.
Yeah, but it's not even a phenomenon. It's not a phenomenon because we don't witness mass attracting mass. We witness objects falling towards the ground. That's what we witness.
Releases helium balloon, looks up at cloud.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry for coming in a bit loud. Yeah, exactly. But the point is that was the phenomena that they hijacked And that's why all these people out there in the world think there's this downward bias. You know,
It's not a phenomenon, though.
well, it is a phenomenon. The fact that something falls, that's a phenomenon. Or
No, it's
something
not.
rises, that's a phenomenon.
No,
Is it not?
that is the same phenomena. So I only know this because Anthony had to formulate a hypothesis when he did his experiment. So the natural phenomena is some things remain static in equilibrium, some things go up, some things go down. That's what you're studying.
Yeah, but you don't know that until you've validated the cause. You don't know the reason why something goes down and something else goes up.
Right,
you
but
just know
that's
that
the
thing goes down and this thing goes up.
I know, but that's the phenomena you're studying.
Right.
I know, but you don't
cause
realise
of
that
it.
there's one phenomena. So it was 1 second, John. What I'm saying is that you don't realise there's one phenomena. You don't know if there's two because they're different
No.
things.
There's just some things go up, some things go down, some things don't move at all.
Well, yeah, but my point is that if you release a helium balloon and drop your phone, you can't assert until you've proven the cause of that whole thing. You don't know if there's a different reason for the balloon going up than there is for the phone going down. That's my point.
Hold on. Asserting the cause and observing the phenomenon are not the same thing.
Right. That's your supposition at that stage. All you've got to do at this stage, step one of the scientific method, is observe a phenomena. Now, the fact that in one instance something's going up and the other instance is going down, phone versus helium balloon in this example, doesn't alter the fact that they are in fact one and the same phenomena.
Oh, I totally agree. They are the same phenomena. But I'm just saying, if you go back a couple of hundred years, and the best people are going to see as far as something rising will be steam. Most ordinary people, the only thing they would see rising would be steam off of boiling water. Whereas most things that they would see would just go down. And they wouldn't even put two and two together as to why some things float. They wouldn't really be, the knowledge wasn't there on physics, as to how the piece of wood floating on water is connected to the piece of wood falling down through air. They wouldn't have put those two together yet. So they just would have had the phenomenon of things falling down. And they came up with this. It must be a force, they came up with this. There's a force somewhere pulling it down, or whatever way they wanted to first describe it. They didn't realize that they were just wrong. That the thing going down wasn't only one part of the phenomenon. They didn't know that. Would be so they just saw things go down.
Yes, but
and
then
they wouldn't have.
In the year of our Lord, 2019, the Right Honourable Anthony Riley proved with scientific validity that it was the relative density of the medium.
Yeah, 100% he did, and I don't disagree with that. I'm 100% behind that. But people didn't take that into account when the claim of gravity. What I'm saying, it was easy to get the masses to believe in that there's a mass attracting mass thing going on, because the masses just thought everything just went down, and they didn't see the connection between water and air, or rock, solid, liquid, gas. They didn't plasma. Plasma wasn't even around then. While it wasn't known of it. So they didn't know these things. So it was easy to get people to believe that there was a phenomena where everything went down.
But the trick was they weren't just tricking the populace; they were tricking people that expertise was supposedly in the scientific method. So that's a whole different animal to try to tame.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's why. I'm just saying they single out the things. My point being is it was easy for them to single out that things fall down, as that's the phenomena, and focus on that as being the phenomena, and ignore that steam is going up or that wood floats on water but it falls through air. Things like that. It was easy to ignore those things and just get people to focus on the thing they drop out of their hand falls to the floor.
Yeah, it's just affirming their bias, though, isn't it?
Ignorance, affirming their ignorance. and maybe bias if they weren't ignorant, but
Bias if they
Yeah,
already
they have
had
a bias of a bias.
predisposition to gravity, I think, is when Brian's saying that, confirming their ignorance.
Well, I think, to live on a sphere, right? You can't live on a sphere unless there's some kind of force that's holding you to that sphere. And that's how they rationalized it. They were just looking for a phenomenon to fit that. And that's why they singled out things going down.
Right. Down is always to the centre of a sphere, regardless of your position. And if all things are going down, then all things are going to the centre of the sphere. They just affirm the consequent with the logic, and then they look for a phenomenon that describes that. Well, we need something always going down and down to the centre of a sphere, so let's just look at anything that goes down. Oh, well, that's everything. Just ignore those clouds.
John, any word on your upcoming debate?
Should this just happen like the next day? Sorry to talk straight over you when he asked you personally. I was thinking about it, and I meant to talk about it for the whole live show, just as about to get the lights ready and all the rest of it. Why didn't it just happen immediately? All I've heard about this debate, sorry, I know I'm going to drag out when you should just be answering him. The terms of what you'll be debating, shouldn't that be on the show? Shouldn't it just been this time, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after? Oh, I'm not free till the weekend. Why is it dragged on for several weeks? What's going on?
This is what I've run into every time one of them supposedly taking me up on the challenge. It just turns into chasing your tail. Like they want you to set it up for some reason when you're giving every concession.
What does he want? He wants to go through the debate itself via email prior to the debate. And that's what seems to be happening. And then the debate never happens. It's like, what, because they lose in the email exchange prior to the debate? I don't really understand why it doesn't just happen the next day. He said he wants to do it. You've said you'll do it wherever he likes. You've said you'll concede to whatever he wants. What? Let me just tell the audience why. It's because the Earth's flat, and they have to concede to that in this particular debate. Do you want to just expand on that before I round out the live show, John?
Well, to have a debate, you need a point of contention. There needs to be a contentious point to debate over. And because of what we've discovered about the elevation angle and the celestial sphere model, they're conceding the argument immediately before they can invoke any of their claims. So it's over. There isn't a debate.
I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. A huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you. Smash the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, hit the PayPal and thanks button, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Dum 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 dum.
Yeah. I was wondering where everybody went.
I don't get it. I don't know how to capitalize on the circumstances that befall you any more than I already am, John. But highlighting the fact that basically they won't actually face you, despite several people saying, yeah, of course I'll debate you on the elevation angle argument and how it obviously proves a sphere. Then they spend several days going through their terms and conditions. It's like, you've got the entire Western world behind you. Just jump into the debate. It's on any platform that you're care to put John on. I just don't get it.
Well, they want to orchestrate it rather than debate it. And they realize the initial first instance, they have to concede. A concession must be made how they got an elevation angle. The same is true from any readings from celestial navigation. It destroys them right at the beginning. They just want to get past that point so they go into the quagmire afterwards.
I was hoping John would comment on it, but I think he's probably tied up with kids and stuff.
Yeah, I tried to get him to talk afterwards, but he went deaf. But he'll come back, hopefully.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was just saying I don't know how to capitalise any more than I am with pointing out that they should just debate and should just win. They shouldn't spend days and days trying to get concessions on this and that and terms on this and that. It just seems farcical, especially when you've gone to the lengths that you have to say, I'll just concede whatever you like. Where do you want to meet? Earth's flat and I know it, and you'll have to concede it.
Yeah, like especially where it's so ingrained into the rhetoric, like the celestial sphere model, the angle measurements they use to claim, that the sphere is rotating. All those things are just intrinsically tied to any claim they could make. There's just no way out for them. I guess they could bark about refraction a lot. I don't know. Really know where to go.
There's no winning with barking about refraction, as they've found out the odd time they've tried it here. So what are you going to do? Tell me that your angles are coming from bent lines? The last guy who did that was, I've forgotten the guy's name. I can never remember the opponent's names. Humar or Homar or something like that. But yeah, he tried that.
Hoymar.
There we go, Hoymar. He just went over and over and over how refracted the horizon was, made it absolutely clear that it was going to be refracted, and if I said it was anything other than refracted, I was strawmanning them and blah, 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 while I tried to point out that you're not going to do angle corrections unless you've got a geometric horizon. No. He went to, again, like I say, 5 times. He made it absolutely clear that the line to the horizon is bent. It's like, okay, we tried to tell you in 2020 that would kill your entire model and your entire argument. And you just ignored us and carried on barking refraction for 2 straight years. Well, now when someone claims it 5 times, we know what they mean. Bent line to horizon. Yeah, that's not conducive with angle corrections. So, what? Tell us how refracted it is, how non-straight it is for these angle corrections. How's that going to help him? That wasn't rhetorical. I mean it. I'm kind of asking John. How's that going to help him? Was it John that said that? Bark about refraction? Kids again.
Yeah. Well, let's go to the end. How are they doing celestial navigation, and why is it working, and why did they get to their destination? They obviously figured out all the corrections.
Well, even with their celestial refraction, that seems just to be a correction to make it work within the flat plane celestial sphere model when they do celestial refraction. So I don't know if refraction helps them there either.
No, it doesn't. It stops them being able to acquire an angle to change. So oh, there we go. I've moved into the after show now. There was something wrong with Discord for a few seconds.
No,
I'm sorry, guys. I got a youngin that's throwing a fit on me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, we figured that out.
If you dig deeper, it has to do with pressure and air temperature anyway. And they have tables for that, all they're trying to do is get true altitude with all these corrections to get a true 90. That's all they're trying to do. Just the fact that they have to go through all these corrections, what's the purpose? To get a 90. What's a 90 do? Destroy a curve baseline. You got to realize what the purpose of all, it doesn't matter what they say they're correcting for. What's the end purpose? I need to subtract the altitude, the elevation angle from 90. Well, you just destroyed the globe because there is no 90 on the surface of the globe. You don't even have to debate refraction. Well, you just say, why do you do it? To get your altitude.
I think we just should ignore them now. Even you, John, should ignore this McToon and Rufy. Goodbye. You've had your shot. You didn't take it. Goodbye.
Yeah,
And I can't believe Santino Corleone is dead.
Nathan, sir.
Hello.
Check your Skype DM.
Check Skype.
Please. I don't know if you knew about that, but
I'm in the middle of doing something right this second. I'll look in a moment.
okay.
You know, as far as the moving forward goes, I think what Elijah did might be what a lot of us need to start doing. Instead of talking to anti-flat earthers, just go out and, you know, we have a positive claim to make. Just go out and make it.
We do here every day.
I'm saying in other places.
If I spend another 5 minutes anywhere else, my wife will literally kill me.
What?
I actually listened to Eliza on that show. It's like 5 hours plus. He did a fantastic job. So kudos to Elijah.
Yeah, and that's really the kind of representation that we want to present as flat earthers. And we're allowing other people to represent our position incorrectly.
That's why I'm saying ignore these guys. What Eli's doing is great. Whoever could do that, go do it.
Yeah, I'm not saying go out and talk to more anti-flat earthers. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can't help anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, I
But,
think
like how many people heard the message from that Killer Priest podcast, right? That had always heard what Nathan calls the Feast of Nonsense prior to that, and said, "Oh, flat Earth is stupid or whatever." Like that's all they'd ever heard was that nonsense, and just dismissed it. But when they heard Elijah, now they're looking into it with a critical eye.
Yeah, and that Johnny Cerrucci was on the panel, so he's got an audience that he's going to share what he learned from Elijah. Really, really good.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be here
I never said that. Eli is the Apostle Paul of the flat earth debate.
Wow. They do not know what they say, but I think I get it. Elijah is great. He has a very curious mind and his own tempo.
Well,
But
he's jumping on a boat like Paul the Apostle did and going all over the place through the internet. Way to go.
we're all over the place as much as we can. But he's great, and it's funny because sometimes I think like, Elijah, you seem like you have this slow pace, but then with that slow pace, he does have like an extra refinement that he adds on because of it. So it is worth it. So I do really appreciate his presence here.
You saying Elijah's slow? What a compliment.
No. I'm saying is he uses a slowdown to be even more effective
I'm
in his own
joking.
unique way.
But it's like what
He does take his time, with his explanations.
Like the Adam Meakin. Takes his time, gets his words together.
Well, a lot of times when somebody's trying to sell you bull crap, they try to speed up the conversation so you don't have time to think. Right? They just want to get you to accept it and move on. So slowing it down, maybe defining a word that's used, that's really helpful, especially when they're trying to use sophistry to hide their own, misunderstandings.
Right. You need to calm it down to basically let the dust settle and see where everything's at, right? So I get it.
Yeah. That's why they call them fast talkers. Con men are fast talkers.
Exactly. Salesmen, fast talkers.
Well, me personally, I try to combine it, right? I take it slow, but I'm also then within that hurrying it up. So, but not everybody can do that. And it can be very annoying to other people as well.
Eli will always have a special place in my heart because he took that slow pace with me to figure out how to get on G+. Thank you, Eli.
Yep. Elijah is ace. Glad to have him here.
Even though he pissed me off yesterday, but that's all right.
We all piss each other off every now and then. Just keeping it real.
It's too high. We just have too high standards, is what it is.
That's exactly what it isn't. No, we have the right standards. It's just that it's kind of hard, but it's the right standard.
I was just saying what that one fella said when he come in, and he said, "You all wouldn't believe anything. You all have too high standards or whatever."
That's sin cleanser. I still don't know what the hell he was talking about that day.
Kind of sounds like lower your standards and you can accept my religion. Kind of what that's implying.
He's a flat earther, supposedly.
That doesn't mean that you know the absolute truth, or that you're right about everything else. Just because you realize that how the earth is measured, navigated, and observed.
Yep. Well, the globe model is only ever gonna reside in their imagination that persists. It has to exist. Because in practical reality, you need a flat plane for pretty much everything that is really important for your survival. So it's always going to be a religion of the imagination.
And it's a beautiful conception, like the way it's put together on a flat plane. It's really
Exactly.
almost artistic,
Not almost, it is artistic. Full on. It is a work of art. It's incredible. It's defiant. It's risky. It's crazy. But somehow it's still beautiful, and there's this weird it's this reversed world effect that it has on people and their minds. And so it reveals the workings of people's minds.
That's kind of like the devil being the most beautiful angel in heaven, right?
Arguably, perhaps, it's the most testing story we face. And it's not even a story, it's just a medium, a fictional medium that is proclaimed to be the real thing, and that is all based on falsehoods everywhere. You just gotta have the will and the background, the learned background, to test everything that you face. If you don't do that, then you just get lost in this weird science fiction soup where those that you think know better will end up dictating to you whatever they feel like.
But like when you take the celestial sphere and you just don't think about the ground you're measuring it from, you just think about the sphere part of it and how they put an entire universe together on just that. It's breathtaking.
They had help.
Who else worked on it besides they?
The original liar. Father of lies.
So you're going that epistemological route that I can't argue with again.
How do you know it was a spirit that made it up and not people? That's a serious question. How do you know?
Well, it's the, as John said, how they do it is so wildly beautiful or hard, but at the same time, the deception is carried out until you go into nitty gritty of, say, in this case, elevation angle. You say, how did man on his own do this? Well, he may have, or he could have had help. It is my opinion that it came from the original liar.
Oh,
because
okay.
Right. Because the original liar wants to take the glory away from God and his creation, and has been from the beginning.
Okay, in that sense, I totally agree with you. Like, as the spirit within, yeah, it would have accompanied them because they know they're turning reality inside out. They're just doing it with an artistic objective to make it even more believable. It is, in that sense, very much like the fallen angel, taken as a metaphor. It is its spirit, but I'm just saying, in the physical reality, I think it all came through people. People built it. It wasn't some mystical, non-human figure that physically did it or even said it. It all came through people. That's my insight about it.
Well, no, I'm not saying it didn't come through people, because even God's message comes through people. So there's prophets, there's apostles. Indeed. Right. So, yeah, I'm not saying people weren't involved, but where did they originate? Well, the father of lies, because it's a lie.
But you know, the interesting thing about.
Sorry, I just wanted to round that out. I don't think it literally came from it. I think that people came up with it, and then Satan, his spirit, just joined in immediately and was like, oh yeah? Oh, here you go. Take all this inspiration and energy. But I don't think that Lucifer or a spirit from the other dimension stepped up to somebody and said, this is what you got to do. I think that people themselves came up with it. And then Satan was just all eagerness to support that. That's what I think.
That's fine. That's your opinion. I'm going by the word of God, and I use the Bible. And I know that this thing happens because evil through Satan is transmitted to people. There are Satanists. There are people who are full-on Satanists, and there are people who wouldn't consider themselves Satanists, but they're useful idiots that Satan could use. Now, you've got evolution, you've got everything else. What's the common denominator? They're all atheists. They don't want God because they don't have room for God in their lives.
Well, what I was going to say is just as a interesting correlation is that in Freemasonry, there's the architect of the universe, right? And that's the person you have to accept as the authority. But their universe is heliocentric. So what architect are they asking you?
You don't have to accept any specific. You have to accept a creator to be a Freemason. You don't have to ascribe to anything per se.
Right, the great architect.
Hold up. You have to accept the architect, not the creator.
Yeah, but it's just another name for the.
Well, the difference of that would be because of Jesus, wouldn't it? Because that's what the definition of his job was, an architect, wasn't it? And if you take the Greek, and it comes from the Solomon, Temple of Solomon, Hiram Abiff, it comes from the architect, but which is just somebody that molds and creates with great beauty. So that it's the same fundamental, isn't
right.
it? Right.
Well, they tried to be a Christian, but they were Christ allergic as they were formulating it. So it's just like this inside out, the same thing. They just have to rename everything, and then it references other things. But they're talking about the same thing, right?
Well, see,
Adam?
an architect deals in conception, right? Like they come up with drawings. They don't actually create the buildings. That's what builders do.
Tecton.
Well, you do know Big G is the grand architect for atheists. Come on now, guys. You know this. Gravity, Big G.
No, but that's the God they want to create. That's a little G that they want to perpetuate, right? It's not a literal thing.
The number 7. Now, I'm not a Bible reading person, but the number 7, I know, is an important number in the Bible, and it always has a very strong spiritual connection or God connection. The number 7, I don't know why, but I don't know enough about it. Why it's in the Bible. I know that QE did a part about it, and G is the 7th number of the alphabet. So, is there a connection there? I mean, we can only speculate about these things.
If I might add one point.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think the number 7 is significant in the terms of that it is the smallest cycle which nature in a way dictates us. Because if we go with like this moon phase and see like a moon phase kind of fits 28 solar days, and then we break this down into the smaller cycles, we can divide it into 14 and then into 7, but not further, because it stops at the 7 as a whole number, So this cycle from the 7-day week is significant and has been observed from ancient times, because this is the smallest unit we can divide the monthly cycle to.
Yeah, it could be something in that, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
We should have 13 moons or months, and then it all fits perfectly.
Well, I don't know if it does, Aaron, because there's 360. Sorry, Adam, go on.
No, just no, it doesn't.
It will.
No. Then you no. Then you run into a lunar calendar. Then everything else is off.
Yeah, it's the solar calendar. 365 days is the solar calendar.
Right. Well, okay.
If you track the years by the lunar periods, then that's akin to Hebrew, Judaism, which is why stuff moves. Yeah, it's the same with Islam. Stuff moves. Ramadan moves in the calendar, because the year is still defined, and there is a non-synchronicity between 13 lunar months and 365. That's then out, I think it's something like a 7-year.
Okay, I get it. Right. Yeah, there's always going to be that incompatible cycle between the moon and the sun that are just off, and you just can't make it fit.
There's different ways
there
of
should be
fixing it.
13 months.
The Jews would have additional days in additional years. So just 3 days, so that the calendar stayed the same. You would have additional balancing days to realign it. We have a similar thing, because even with our solar calendar, solar calendar, it's still not quite right with everything. So we have a leap year, don't we? Where we have one extra day to balance stuff out and reposition.
I retain my position. Why not do the same thing in 13 months? It's never going to fit, but you can make it fit a lot better.
Because of the seasons. The seasons won't work.
What do you mean the seasons won't work?
Because
the seasons are still going to be the seasons.
It's still the solar calendar. Yeah, but the seasons are based on the solar.
Different doesn't mean that doesn't fit anymore.
Yeah, but the seasons are based on the or not the seasons are based on the solar calendar, but the solar calendar or the seasons are based on the sun and the cycle of the sun. So if we don't follow the cycle of the sun, we won't be following the seasons. That's the problem.
You see, equinox would have every year. Equinox is fixed, isn't it? We've just had it here, yeah, on June the 6th. But that date would would change via that nomenclature if you were using the nomenclature of a lunar calendar to just keep running.
Right, you'd have to recalculate the date every year, right? It wouldn't be as standardized based on the 12-month year. I get it. So it would be more troublesome. But still, I think it would be more correct, though. I mean, it's called months, for crying out loud. It's just...
You remember I mentioned earlier Newgrange in Ireland? Well, in the Newgrange temple or whatever, every year on December the 21st, the morning of December 21st, and I think the 22nd, the sun shines into the chamber of that temple. And that is only because it was built in accordance with the sun.
Right.
If you change, it won't be the 24th. It'll still do it, but it won't be the 21st and 22nd anymore. The same way as the June solstice won't be the 21st to the 22nd.
So what you guys are basically saying is that because the sun is much more influential and dominant on everything that we do, that's the reason why we have the 12-month cycle. Otherwise, if it was based on the moon, then we just end up having to calculate a lot of stuff more.
Right. No, Brian said it. If you think of the seasons and the passage of a year, the passage of a year is determined by the transit of the sun between the equinoxes and the return. That's what determines a year. Now, independent to that, the moon's doing 13 monthly things, which doesn't fit in. 13 doesn't fit in with that transit. So it's doing its own thing, which where they will meet up. I don't know the exact numbers. There's a partial alignments at 7. I think it's something like 26 or 22 years. But there's alignment of those things out periodically, but they drift. So if you're going to date things, you need to date things that, especially if the things that you're going to be dating are solar positions, such as the equinoxes.
Right. Yeah. Well, why didn't they just call the months apostles then instead of months? Right?
Because they're based on moon.
Yeah, but it isn't based on the moon cycle. That's the my.
No, he's saying moon versus month.
Oh, what?
Yeah, see, but think of it this way, right? Now, here is a numerological answer to the whole lot. 12 months solar year, 13 months lunar year, right? There's different lengths of those months, right? Obviously, the lunar is 28 days per month. 12. So 1 and 2 is 3, and 13, 1 and 3 is 4, 3 and 4 is 7. Maybe it comes back to the 7 number again for some reason. Who knows?
I still think that it would be better to just call it apostles instead of months.
Why?
Because it is a sub-solar designation. It has nothing to do with the moon. It is off the moon, very much so. It's just there's only a slight correlation.
The choice of word.
Yeah, but it matters.
So I'm asking, why apostles?
Because Christ, 12 apostles, right?
That'd be zodiacs then. No.
Okay, zodiac, fine. Call it a zodiac.
I didn't understand where he was pulling it from.
Weird
I
word to say,
didn't
but-
know the link. Oh, so what you mean? So
I just think, like, why did they call it moon? Why didn't they just call it something else? Because it's just like confusing.
because a month was a passage of a lunar. The original units, which are intertwined, they sit and intermingle, don't they? The original units are moon phases. Yeah. Now that term month, moon phase, yeah, when they then start naming them, giving them a construct within the solar calendar, and you call
Gregorian,
them a passage, yeah, like, but I think that's just a bad crossover, isn't it? In
Right.
terms of
Very Catholic. Assimilate, but it doesn't make sense.
I don't think it's Catholic. I think it's, I say, from my understanding, Judaism intermingled the two, and it's early Christianity that
Oh
tends
God,
to
it's the Jews, of course.
just go to the fixed solar calendar to define all of its dates, which is why there's discrepancies in the early church between some of the dates of Passover and Easter, because they, even in that early time, they're using different ways of defining them. The Christians moved to a more rigid same day each solar year calendar, whereas the Jews still stick with the wandering moon fixation for the holy days.
Right. So what my understanding now basically is the moon calendar comes from the Jews, and the solar calendar is very Christian in origin, and in many ways the association even through Gnosticism and all that.
I think all the
it's
ancients
interesting.
use both. If you wanted me to put it like that, and then I would say,
Right.
yeah, early Christians moved to a more fixed holy day based on just a solar calendar, as opposed to repositioning each year with the interaction of the moon calendar.
Right. So would it be fair to say that the Gregorian calendar is Judeo-Christian in origin?
That comes a lot later, doesn't it?
I know it does, but right.
That's another adjustment that we see that I'm not sure why. What it's the Hyde Summit, isn't it? But I'm not sure.
But why else would they assimilate that level, right? It's a form of assimilation. So that seems very Catholic. That's why I jumped to Catholics, right? Because they were typically doing that. But yeah, if you say it's not Catholic, then I'd like to see some origin roots on that. But the Jews are obviously involved through the moon calendar. So seems very Judeo-Christian to me, the Gregorian calendar, in retrospect.
Well, I thought the months were based on the astrological zodiac signs. There's 12 of those. That's like based around that and their position in the sky.
I was under the impression of that as well.
No, they don't run consecutively, do they? Look at your horoscope. It's that Taurus isn't this month and Sagittarius this month, is it? There's another overlay. Like, that's a separate calendar, which is the movement of the stars, the zodiacal, which is what Arwen was referring to saying. It's a holistic, division of 12. So that's a separate rotation, isn't it? Because that rotation's different again to both the moon and the solar function. So you can run by that, and that's important as well to note eons and larger passages of time, how that balances out in the clock.
Yeah,
Right,
we have
but-
we have three cycles. We have three cycles. 1 second. We have three cycles. We have a lunar, we have a solar, and we have a sidereal. They're the three cycles we have. So they all work different. They're all different cycles.
Are those the same as the three cogs in the Mayan calendar?
No, so if you think how that one runs, that's running every 2,000 years. So at equinox, we're now heading to the dawning of the age of Aquarius. So at this time of year, yeah, the prominent constellation should at zenith should be Aquarius. It's currently Pisces, isn't it? And in the Jews' times, it was Aries, and then prior to the Jews, it was the time of the bull, Taurus. That they were the prominent things, and that's how that clock runs. That one shows you the passage of tens and hundreds and thousands of years.
But I'm saying is the basic reasoning from taking it away from the month, right, or from the moon, was because of those zodiac signs. I think it's a Greek thing that was done, not necessarily a Christian.
I would say that the 12 months we have now are kind of a 50-50 mixture. Maybe not 50-50, but they're a percentage mixture.
I'd say, I think it's the, obviously, if you take the.
We didn't hear that one, Beck. Say it again.
Totally agree, one deck.
And then it moves to the next zodiac sign for 30 days. So it spends 30 days in each zodiac sign, and there's 12 zodiac signs over the ecliptic.
That makes 360.
Yeah.
Yeah. So every month really should every month should be really 30 days.
Well, no, because that won't work either. Because the cycle of the sun is 365 days. 365 by
Nathan.
24. That's what.
Yes.
You back?
I didn't go anywhere. I just forgot to check Skype. Is that what you're going to remind me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go and check it now.
Well, since we're talking about calendars, Nathan not going to Skype when asked to is a weak argument.
When just to come up, when we the months as we're talking January, February, March, the ones that are named after luminaries or gods, Greco-Roman gods, however you want to view it, they sit independent of the passage of the moon. They sit on the fixed solar cycle, and they're just names within and divisions within that. They don't sit in alignment. They can't, remember, sit in alignment with the stars. They can't fix with the zodiac because they're on a separate clock, a separate cog. So they're just a naming of things for the solar year. And that's where they're fixed with. So equinox is the same time every single year on the solar calendar, which includes descriptions of months. If you want to run the star clock, then it's very different. But you could use that, and you could use the lunar clock. You've got to count the number of passages to define it, but it would be very different. So the naming tends to be fixed based on the convention of the solar calendar, which is the same every single year. So that's quite nice for humans to fit in with the seasons, that repetition every year. Like I say, it wasn't always the same, hence why we see Ramadan move in and Passover move in, because that was calculated based on a combination of the two calendars, the solar and the lunar. So we require a full moon and so many days before the event occurs, and that's when it occurs, or on the full moon.
But the thing about the calendar we have now, even though people might give out about it, I understand why people are angry sometimes about it because of the changing of the naming of the months and different things. But it's kind of the best median between all three calendars, because it has a mixture of the lunar, mixture of the lunar, yeah, and the sidereal working with the solar. Like the solar has to be the most prominent. The solar gives us our days. The solar, it gives us the seasons. The solar is the most prominent of the three. If you have to pick one of the three that's the most prominent, you're going to pick the solar. So the solar is the most prominent. So we're going to have to. So the current calendar works with the solar, but also incorporates the lunar and sidereal as best as it can. It's actually not the worst calendar ever at all.
It's just a shame they've messed around with this calendar and moved all the months in the wrong positions, and it's not balanced, is it, correctly? I don't think. I think and that will affect us and humanity thinking it needs to be balanced and correct as the way it should be.
Right. That's why I think it shouldn't be called
like say the sun.
But I think it is, because when I think it's as balanced as you're going to get, because the solar, lunar, and sidereal cycles are unbalanced to each other. So the only way we can follow the solar, like if we choose to follow the sidereal more or the lunar more, then the solar is going to be out. And it's like it's a choice between what you want to follow: the sun, the moon, or the stars. You want to follow the sun. The sun as a timekeeper, as a prominent cycle, because the sun gives life. The sun is like is the biggest representation of God we have. The sun is it gives us our days, and our nights. Technically, so the sun is going to be what we're going to follow. So I think, August and July is Augustus and Julius Caesar, and stuff like that is like, that's pushing it, lads, because they're naming months after themselves. But take that away, change the name of the months to what they should be, or something more appropriate. And
well, that's a good point to go to. If you look at the original calendar months sitting in the solar cycle, September 7, October 8, they're not. All they did was add extra months in. Like I said, they don't sit there in any significance to the sky clock, the months that we are January, February, March, yeah? They're just there for man's convention throughout the solar year. And if anything, they're kind of more, businessy, yeah? Or the divisions are more political. That makes more sense in terms of the system we sit with now, the standard calendar that we use. But they don't have any significance to the sky clock per se. They're just, like I say, they're just a division of an acceptance of sitting and saying the primary clock we'll run by is by the solar clock. That'll govern our years. We won't say years about, because you might see summer would move if everything was 13 lunar months. Eventually, summer would move. So in 10 years, summer might be in, but we don't want that, do we? We want summer in summer, as we call it, August. It wasn't called August before Kaiser Augustus, was it? Might not have even existed. They'd have had larger divisions in that 10 division within the solar system, the solar calendar system. Yeah.
Nathan, you back?
I
He's
read a
probably
book
still
by,
playing
I think
video
it was
games.
Walter Russell. Walter Russell goes into this quite, called The Light of Egypt. And he goes through bits of what you're talking about now, about the sun movement and its angle. He goes into the angular measurement of the sun and how it affects things on the earth. It's quite an interesting read, really. Walter Russell, The Light of Egypt.
Expound a bit there.
Sorry, mate.
You're talking like just expand a little bit on what was it Walter Russell you were saying? You mean the passage of the sun between
Yeah, I read a bit of his.
tropics?
I can't remember it word for word. He just goes into detail about. He's talking about the constellations and the sun movement and the sun being in Pisces and it's how long it stays there for, and it moving into Aquarius, and the fact that the main issue he says is not what constellation the sun is in, but the angle of the sun determines things that are happening on Earth, not what constellation is behind the sun necessarily. It's the angle of that sun and its effect it has on Earth. And he goes into quite detail about it. I can't remember. I'm driving at the moment and I can't remember it all, but I just remember it's a good read. Walter Russell. The light.
You mean in that metaphysical effects on Earth, or just?
I think, Adam, if I could,
he's talking about that. Yeah, he's talking in that way. I'm just saying what he's talking about. Some people suppose that depending what constellation the sun is, it could have a detrimental effect on the planet and the energy that these constellations are giving and the light from the sun. So he talks about all that. But then he goes, obviously, you have precession of the equinoxes and all that. But the main thing he was stressing on was the angle of the sun over the Earth, the way the sun rises and what position it's at certain times of the day and certain times of the year. That has an effect. It's just an interesting read. It's just, I don't know if it's true or not, but it goes into some detail. I just found it quite interesting. So I just thought I'd mention it to you guys.
Can I ask a question? Go on, Tent.
What was that ancient building in Ireland that the sun every year goes through that little peephole?
Newgrange. Newgrange
yes.
You're such an Anglophile, Brian. What? This is weird, isn't it? I always refer to it as Brunnerboyne. Yeah. And you call it the English name.
Yeah, I speak English. I don't even speak Gaelic. What can I do? I only speak very small amounts of Gaelic. I'm ashamed. I'm an absolute shame.
No, I'm not asking you to describe it in
How
Gaelic.
dare you?
I'm not about the title. It's interesting. Like when I've researched it, I can see it's Newgrange and Brunnerboyne. And to me, the old name has more significance. It's like Newgrange.
Oh, it does.
Like hiding it, isn't it? The hiding stuff.
Yeah.
Listen to what's in there. You know what I mean? So I just a non-related point, right? I just picked up on it. You always say Newgrange.
Well, it's funny enough.
Speaks Gaelic, Brian?
Do I know anyone? Yeah, loads of people that speak Gaelic. Yeah, we have areas in Ireland, Neil, that are called Gaeltachts, where everyone speaks Gaelic there. It's like Gaelic is the main language. English is second. There's a place about 45 minutes away from me called Ring. It's a fishing village, and that's a Gaeltacht, where people go from all over the world there to learn Gaelic. They speak Gaelic only. Well, they can speak English as well, but if they need to. But everyone, Gaelic is the number one language. But not where I come from. Like this is the thing, Neil, and this is the answer to Adam's question. When we were growing up in school, they showed us Newgrange. They called it Newgrange, even though they were teaching us Irish.
So there's the answer then, isn't it? There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was beaten into you, you know what I mean? It was changed on purpose to deny your heritage, isn't it? Listen to it. Shocking. I've got builders in. Sorry.
No, but that's it. Sorry.
Hold on a second. Could we pivot to bashing low-hanging retards?
Yeah, everyone's funny about that.
This is highbrow chat, mister.
There's too much culture for QE.
No,
Maybe
that's fine.
He's looking to move on. Maybe QE is looking to move on to Newgrange.
He went on deafened and mute immediately when I said that. I'll just read it, and then maybe we could do something with this. This is extremicist knuckle dragger. And chat skanking. Why do we need to show how a gas expands to a vacuum when flat earthers have failed to demonstrate a vacuum next to a container? This is a straw man of the globe. No one on the globe side will say there's a vacuum next to a container. This is a demonstration of a lack of understanding among flat earthers how the globe model works. Why should we demonstrate something that the globe model does not claim? I'll go ahead and post it in Master B so everyone can get a look at it. It's so retarded on many fundamental levels. I can't. It's hardly. It's hard to even speak to it.
That's quite the Gordian knot of doublespeak.
Vacuum next to a container. What in the extremis? Get on the show. What's wrong with you?
He's been going on for about the past 30 minutes, chat skanking, and going off on his little. He called it our straw man. This is fucking insane straw man. It's a retarded straw man. It's just retarded.
Straw man on
I don't
steroids.
know what... Sorry, I guess you can go back to your Gaelic.
No, the physics claims being made within this this statement is fairly massive. Every vacuum requires a container, so there's a vacuum next to a container. But that's not what he's asking, is it?
No.
It's hard to pick out exactly what. Like, I know what he's asking, but.
Well, wait a minute, Brian.
Really
I
have to
know where
go.
you're,
Go on.
Brian, I know where you're going with this. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. It is not our claim, but it is the Globers' claim, and NASA especially, that we live in an open system, and when their rocket ships and their so-called astronauts, they leave Earth and go into the vacuum of space. Isn't that true?
Yeah, without going through a barrier. Solid
Right.
barrier.
Right. So there's so many, as Kiwi said, there's so many things wrong on so many levels with what he typed out. He doesn't even know his own claim.
Yeah, because they'd have to be going from one container, exiting that container into another solid container within his claim, the globe claim.
He's trying to say flat earthers say. What he attributed to flat earthers, I've never heard a flat earther say. Ever.
He's just trying to distract us from elevation angles used with the sextant that proves flat Earth.
Well,
No,
they don't
I
even
think
know.
he's serious.
Agree with him. Just agree with him. Yeah, because he's trying to do a lot. No one on the globe side will say there is a vacuum next to a container. No, they won't, because that's almost plausible. It's certainly demonstrable. What you lot are claiming, which is more laughable, is that there's gas pressure next to a vacuum without containment.
That's precise, Adam.
Well, that was what's jumped out from what he said. Adam, you put it succinctly properly.
And even to read a vacuum, you need to read the negative pressure from a container.
You need a container for a vacuum. You need a container for everything. Gas pressure needs to be contained.
Yeah, but then they use gravity as the reason why the gas isn't escaping into space.
No, that's all begging the question. Into space, they need a container for temperature, the very thing that creates the pressure gradient, and they need a container for the pressure in the first place. They need a container for the vacuum. Everything requires a container.
It's a burden of
That's
proof
correct.
reversal fallacy that's going off here. Look, so just go back to the point. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, yeah? So they're the ones, and it's not for us to demonstrate all the possible alternatives, right? They're the ones that are making the claim that they have the vacuum of space and the Earth with atmosphere contained or stuck to a ball Earth with no containment, yeah? Defying natural law. That's their claim. Whatever they want us to, and we do a little bit of straw manning reversal again, don't we? They're trying to make us claim the opposite. Yeah, well, no. Your claim is you've got the vacuum of space next to gas pressure without containment. That's laughable.
Brian, what's that word you use? Farcical?
Anything.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm reading it over and over, it is such a terrible right. Why do we need to show how a gas expands to a vacuum when flat earthers have failed to demonstrate a vacuum next to a container? Well, actually, I've seen many vacuums inside of a container where you take all the air out, but you need a container to create a vacuum. And as Adam said, you've got Earth's atmosphere next to a vacuum and say there is no containment. So you need to show us how you can have a vacuum next to gas air pressure without a container. That's what you need to do.
To break it into, right, break it into. So the first statement, why do we need to show how a gas expands to a vacuum? You don't. It's demonstrable. It's been demonstrated millions, thousands of times, okay? So you don't need to show that because we know it does. We understand what will happen if we take contained gas, open it up, take away the containment and expose it to a large vacuum. It will dissipate to fill the volume of whatever that volume of that vacuum was. We know that. So, no, I agree with you, Amos. We don't need to demonstrate that. It's already been demonstrated. We accept it. Yeah. Second point is, when flat earthers have failed to demonstrate a vacuum next to a container, well, that's out there, isn't it?
Every vacuum is next to a container.
Yeah. First of all, we need a container to create the vacuum, but we could then still put a rigid enough container that had its own internal gas pressure within that vacuum chamber. That's not anything that isn't achievable, yeah, or not logical. That's so. The whole first statement is just, I don't know, what is it? It's just a load of word salad, isn't it? That basically is agreeing with our point.
He's talking out of his ass. You don't even know what he's saying.
It's probably the... Sorry, go on.
No, the middle of his sentence, whatever. No one on the globe side will say there's a vacuum next to a container. The globe side doesn't have a closed system. It's an open system. I mean, this guy's crazy. You've got gas pressure next to a vacuum because you have an open system. And Adam just got through saying we don't need to demonstrate what happens when you introduce gas pressure to a vacuum. It fills the available space. We'd all be dead.
Yeah, nobody on the globe side says that because everyone on the globe side is wrong. The fact that they're not saying that makes them wrong.
What he's saying, he's just talking nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
It's bordering on Kamala Harris, isn't it, this?
Brilliant, Adam.
Very good, Adam.
I think they just come out with all this bullshit, like, that doesn't make sense, just to get us talking about it. We shouldn't even talk about this shit. Fucking ridiculous.
No, he actually believes this. This is how their brain cells has died. This is his belief. You need help, extremists. You really need some help.
The guy needs help.
No, he does, because I think he actually believes what he wrote down, and he needs help.
Well, I would say that it needs to be addressed because it's historical levels of illogic. I mean, it is globitis to the, like, you know, in code red, globitis. You know, there's no physics, there's no logic gone into this. It's just a begging the question reverse of the burden of proof carnival. I don't know how to describe it.
That's why he needs help.
It's like they're all turning into zombies and just all turning into zombies and dying. That's what's happening. You can see it with all the rebuttals and what they're coming out with. It's just ludicrous. It's
They're just
we're
looking
watching
for
them die
brains.
slowly.
They're looking for brains to chew on.
Yeah, nobody on the globe side, I think, Tent, you might correct me, but nobody on the globe side states that a vacuum is next to a container. Something like that. It's like, that's because you're all wrong. If you weren't saying that, you wouldn't be globers.
Well, at least if they were saying that, Brian, they wouldn't be in opposition to natural law. Yeah, but that's our point, guys. Yeah, for your heliocentric model, you have to oppose natural law. You can't have the containment. You don't have the containment. There is no containment. It's just gas pressure and then a vacuum in defiance of natural law.
Didn't Sandusky somewhere have a vacuum chamber with 6-foot walls?
Yeah, there's no vacuum that's demonstratable that doesn't have a solid container anywhere.
Nathan, you still here?
Yes.
Yeah, I got 3 more on the topic that we did in the pre-show right after Adam's posting of at 5:40, well, my 5:46 of the dip or not to dip.
Nathan's always here.
Sorry, what do you want me to do?
Well, if you go to Master B, you'll see 2 of dip and not to dip, the Adam Meakin thumbnail he made for the show I did. But go to the one he posted, not the last one that I put up again. And it's 3 new pieces I want to share of
Do you want
information.
to just tell me what you want? Because you've told me what you don't want. The one before the one he did?
Yeah, the one that my posting after the one he did. American Practical Navigator.
1439.
Elements of navigation. Is that what you want?
First one is American Practical Navigator. It's right after Adam's posting of the thumbnail.
Posted it twice. Okay, I got it.
All right, so this is a continuation of more research. The American Practical Navigator, an epitome of navigation, the Bible of celestial navigation, and every mariner has this. The ballers and anti-flat earthers told us to get this book and read it so we can get our heads on straight. So I agreed. I bought 4 copies, different years. Next page. Page 541. If the eye of the observer were at the surface of the earth, visible and sensible horizons would coincide, and there would be no dip. This is never the situation aboard ship. However, and at any height above the surface, the visible horizon is normally below the sensible horizon. Well, I got the book. It describes dip perfectly. Height above sea level. It's to coincide with the sensible horizon, which is done by a bubble sextant, which is a true 90, because you have a horizontal with your zenith. Can't be any clearer, could it? Next one, the improved nautical almanac, or True Navigator. This is by Hal Colby, 1859. See what he says. Definitions. The horizon The visible horizon is that which is seen while the eye is elevated above the surface. And the sensible is that which is seen when the eye is on a level with the water. The depression of the former below the latter is called the dip of the visible horizon. What's that eye is on a level with the water? Well, that's the horizontal by the spirit level on the sensible horizon is level with the water. Next one. Elements of navigation, complete exposition of the newest methods as used in the Navy and Merchant Marine by W.J. Henderson, London. Let's go here. Dip of the horizon means an increase in the altitude caused by the elevation of the eye above the level of the sea. The simplest illustration of this is afforded by accompanying figure. If the eye is on the level of the sea at A, it is the plane of the horizon CD, and the angles EAC and EAD are right angles, or 90 degrees each. If the eye is elevated above A, say to B, it is plain that the angle EBC and EBD are greater than right angles. I think Brian named this obtuse angles. Or in other words, that the observer sees more than a semicircle of the sky, and hence his measurements are too large. Therefore, the correction for dip is always subtracted from altitude. Next slide. Here's the illustration. Let's go to it. So EAD and EAC, no problem, 90. But if you're B and your height of eye is above the level of the sea, there's your dip correction to bring it down to the level of the sea, which is matching, as we saw earlier, with the sensible horizon, which is a true horizontal. They coincide. Up on top, dip is proportionate to the height of the eye above the water. Table 14 gives the necessary corrections. The navigator must ascertain the height of his eye above the ship's waterline. Next slide is a duplicate of Adams. Sir Adam Meakin, will you please read this again?
By all means. To dip or not to dip, that is the correction. Whether 'tis nobler for the sextant to suffer the limitations of artificial horizons, or to take the eye against the sea of troubles, and by opposing end them to define a level.
Beautiful.
Can I just ask a quick question, guys? It's only for my own head. Is the elevation angle only accomplished once the height of eye reduction is made?
No. All the corrections are to ascertain true altitude from
No,
90.
what I'm saying, I know they are. I'm obviously, guys. You know, I'm involved with you guys. I'm just saying, is it an elevation angle on the first instance, or is the elevate? Can you call it an elevation angle before you've done dip?
You can't correct
I'd view it
without
this
having
way.
that something exist. You can't correct something without having something exist to correct first.
Yeah. I was going to put it this way. First of all, you measure the elevation angle. Now, the reason we do dip or not to dip is a recognition that via the leveling mechanism, we may be out a little bit, but we've measured the elevation angle. Now we may or may not make a correction for dip for it to the elevation angle we've measured.
Precisely.
Yeah. No, I'm on it with you guys. I'm with you. I'm part of the team and all that. I'm just trying to.
I know.
To get it.
Well, We know you're part of the team. We're just telling you.
Yeah, I just wanted to get it straight in my head because obviously the elevation angle is from horizontal, but if you're 30 foot above the horizontal, when you take the angle, you're not actually on the horizontal at that point until
Well,
you
yeah,
do the
that's
dip.
true. Yes, that's true, but it's conditional. Like Adam said, you may or may not have to correct for, and I'm not going to say dip, the height of eye correction, right? Because it depends on the conditions initially. If you're in a rubber ducky life preserver, then you're not going to have to do any height of eye correction, correct?
Yeah, I'm with
Correct.
you. Yeah, I'm on it.
Can I give him some clarity? One deck. If you're
I don't
using
know
a
how
marine sextant,
any more clear that it can be.
Question about that.
Just for himself. Just for himself.
For
I
himself,
understand why you say what you say.
it's over.
Isn't the correction
hang
actually,
on.
isn't it completely unnecessary?
Let Brian talk
Second.
first, and then you can talk.
Yeah. Leave me just clarify something here. One deck.
Sorry.
If you're using a marine sextant on the deck of a boat, right, regardless of the height of the boat and the height of your eye, whether it be 4 foot, 10 foot, 40 foot, if you're using a marine sextant and you're using the visible horizon, then you have to do the height of eye correction. And that puts you into that puts you at your eye line at the, it's described as putting your eye line on the water, basically. If you're using an artificial horizon or a bubble sextant, you don't need to do the dip correction because you're already after creating the horizontal. But the marine sextant, the height of eye correction creates the horizontal, and that horizontal is described as being the surface, the zero baseline of the Earth.
Yep, I'm aware of that, mate. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what your question was then, because your angle, if your angle is greater than 90,
it wasn't a question. He was seeking confirmation of what he knew.
I'm just
we all agree
what
with
I'm
him.
saying is, yeah, I know what's happening and what it does and how the sextant works and everything like that. What I'm saying is, in the description of an elevation angle, it's from horizontal, and I know what's at the moment we take the angle from the 30 foot above the horizon. We're not actually at horizontal until we do the dip correction. So at what point does it become an elevation angle?
Right. Let me give you another example. I've got my
I'm
tape
not
measure,
confused,
right?
by the way. I'm not confused.
No,
I
they're
know
good
exactly where
questions. It's good. They're good clarifying point. You know the example. If I have my tape measure and I'm measuring from one wall to the next, running along the floor, and I run it, and I take the measurement off the tape measure, but I know that the tape measure has also got the actual bit of the tape measure in it, and I've got to add that bit on. I can't necessarily do that. I can't make that adjustment there and then as I'm making the reading from my tape measure. But I know what it is.
Exactly.
And therefore, I've got my reading. And in this case, an adjustment is necessary. So I make it. But I've still took my reading.
Yeah.
One day.
So
I know what you're asking now.
Your final conclusion and the measurement hasn't been confirmed until you've done the deduction then.
That was an excellent analogy, Adam. Very good, sir.
Yeah,
what you're asking, one deck. Leave me answer, and now I know what you're asking. What you're asking is the elevation angle an elevation angle when it's obtuse? No, it's not an elevation angle till it's a right angle triangle. That means it can't be obtuse. When the correction is done, it then becomes a right angle triangle, then it's an elevation angle. So an obtuse angle can't be an elevation angle.
Yep, that's fine. That's all it is. As if obviously when I'm having banter with these guys, these anti-flat earthers, I've sort of been saying that your first thing you are doing is taking the elevation angle. But
just remember this phrase: zenith is always 90 degrees from the horizon.
The picture that Ten's put up, the last one with the adjustment for height, that demonstrates you what's happening. So it demonstrates the higher you go, the more inaccurate your optical leveling device will be, because there's a greater variance in the a greater increase in the angle to the deck, where your horizon is going to resolve at some point based on other factors as well. But the main factor in what the height of eye correction does is it recognizes that this optical leveling device is using the flat deck, which you may or may not be standing on. And that's the adjustment. It's just tweaking. It's how wide is my tape measure? Some tape measures are 3 inches wide, some are 5 inches wide. You know what I mean? What's the adjustment I've got to make after using this accurate device, having knowing the adjustment even before making it? I know how high I am, so I know how that will affect the device. Yeah, that's all that's happening. But the measurement itself occurs at that point. It's the only measurement that does occur. Whether it generates a obtuse or an acute angle, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Well, when it's referring to you can't have an elevation angle that is obtuse, that's correct. If you end up with a figure like that, it shows you've done something wrong. Yeah, it doesn't fit. That's the demonstration there. To resolve it into celestial navigation, the elevation angle has to be or can't be obtuse.
You've heard of a depression angle. That's what's happening here. You're supposed to be using the deck, the ocean surface, but you're on a ship, and just the fact that artificial horizon, what does that say about horizon when it's artificial? It's not the one at the sea. You're creating it at your eye line at 90. But if you're going to be a mariner at sea, you're not using a bubble sextant or a pan of mercury. You're actually sighting the horizon on Earth where the sky seems to meet the Earth. Well, if you're 20 feet above that deck for that true 90, that's going to create an angle of depression. So you got a height adjustment to the eye, get it to the deck so that you have your 90, because what is the ultimate end? Whatever angle you have, you must subtract from 90 to get the co-altitude. My gosh, it's so simple.
One day, put it this way, could you use an obtuse angle with the celestial sphere model? No, because you need it to be a horizontal baseline. An obtuse angle doesn't have that. So just think about the celestial sphere model. It has to be a right angle triangle.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm totally on it. I know exactly what's going on with the dip and everything like that.
Good questions, mate. Good question.
It's only for my own mind I'm clearing this up. I know exactly how it's working, and but what my main thing was, I know whatever you're looking at, it's an angle and it's not curved, and we're measuring angles, and angles require straight lines. But my point was, at what point is it an elevation angle? It's after the dip correction.
What if you don't? Here we go, round and round in circles again.
What are we correcting
Well,
from?
if I'm in a rubber ducky life preserver and I do it with a sextant, then I don't have to make height of eye correction, not dip correction. That's not correct. No pun intended. So
if we're in the rubber ducky dinghy boat with our eyes just above the surface, then then that's an elevation angle.
What's it a correction to?
Above,
so we say
hold on a second. If you're 30 feet above sea level, then that's an acute angle, not an obtuse one. So you have to make a correction for it. So if we want to get if we want to get hyper technical, it's not an elevation angle at that point until you make the correction.
That's it. That's what I was looking for.
No, I disagree. It's an elevation angle.
You disagree with it?
You take it. Now, if you're going to correct it and want to use it in celestial navigation, then a celestial navigation elevation angle will require adjustment if you've used an optical leveling device that is above the deck.
How does that disagree with me?
You can, when I take if I'm on the deck in a rubber ducky life preserver and I take that angle, that's the angle I use. So at that point, it is the elevation angle. Now, by definition, the height of eye correction, let's use it as full title, it's a height of eye correction to the attained dip, to the attained elevation angle. Yeah, that's what it's a correction to, the elevation angle you've just measured.
Oh, I
So
see what you're saying. Okay,
to
well,
me,
I stand corrected.
you only measure it once, and you may or may not make corrections for it. Now, the corrections have got nothing to do with the geometry of what you've measured. They're a correction in the optics of the device, the inaccuracy, the width of your tape measure. It's a recognized inaccuracy in the device that you know you've got to adjust for when you take your elevation angle.
Is it the device or your position?
It's created by both, because if you use an artificial horizon, you've got no issue, or if you're on the deck, you've got no issue. So the inaccuracy varies based on height, because the inaccuracy is created by the variance in the angle to the deck. So the higher you are, the greater the variance, so the more obtuse the angle will become, which is why it's passed off in some maths to replicate curvature, but it's not that. It's the resolution change that occurs in the horizons leveling system that you're using when you go higher, because you change the angle to the deck, you change slightly how the device renders the horizon, and therefore what you define as level. And that's the
device. Now, wait a second. That doesn't change the device. That you changed it based on your position.
Both. So your height, not position, just your altitude, isn't it? So
both.
The higher you are off the deck, yeah, so the adjustment will change due to altitude, won't it? So your
and only your altitude, not the sextant itself, not the optical device.
So
it still works the
because you're
same.
using the optical device to attain a level, that level change, that how the device renders level to you.
No. You're not using the optical device to obtain the level. You're using the optical device to attain the elevation angle.
No,
You're correcting for level after.
I'm using it for both. If I'm using a horizon to attain a level, yeah, that's my leveling device. I'm not using an artificial.
That's not the optical device, though.
It is when you're looking through it.
It's not changing. The optical device doesn't change. You do.
No, I'm not changing the optical device, but I am recognizing to attain a level, I'm using optics, and the optics based on my altitude will require adjustment in terms of the number that I adjust by.
And only the altitude.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not.
There you go.
So,
yes.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that's the misconception. Yeah, I'm not. The device isn't changing, but the number I'm having to render, I'm putting in because of the way in which the deck changes within and how the optics work, but not the optics changing themselves. No, just the deck changes, and therefore where I define a level at changes.
See what you do to us ballers, since you're so pussified and don't come in. We have to argue mundane points. So why don't you just come on in?
That was a misunderstanding. No, I agree with it. We're in agreement. Yeah, but that's what I was going back to Tim's picture. That's what that picture's showing. Move that guy up and look at how the angle to the deck changes, even if to the same point. Now you know you're going to see further, and that's why it looks curved. The line. That is the mathematics described for height of eye correction in that picture. It's really cool. But the important thing is look at the deck. It's flat. And the mathematics for calculating that adjustment is based on a flat deck. It's not based on a curving deck.
There's only one deck.
Yeah. That's another thing that's causing a problem. You're using deck in two different senses because, first of all, one deck has the question. Number two, is it the deck of the ship? Because ships have decks, and then what you're using is as the deck. The deck is sea level, so that's helping the conversation out a lot too.
I'm referencing the bit that I read in terms of where they derived it from. They say the angle to the deck. That's why I said I mean the surface. But yeah, too many decks. A double decker. A double decker.
One deck in the area.
Look,
Hey,
it's
listen, if you
the
did
the
do,
correction is for the correction is for the.
Sorry, Stan. Can I just
Hold on a second.
correction.
Let 10th go one deck.
Sorry, mate.
The correction is for the difference between the sensible and the horizon. That's the correction. It must be
Between
parallel.
the sensible.
flat.
Oh, hold on a second. Say that one time.
The depression, or as it's generally called, the dip of the horizon, is the angle contained between the sensible, which is your horizontal at eye line with a bubble, and apparent horizons. The angular point being the eye of the observer. It's a depression angle.
That's
You're
horse
correcting for.
shit. That's horse
No,
sensible.
It's the
Sensible
same.
what?
It's the same picture Adam is describing. If you had two guys standing next to each other at the shore, one guy using a sextant, he'd have to correct for 6 feet, say that's where his eye is. The guy using a bubble would have a horizontal at his eye line. And the correction
I'm not
is
talking about
between the
that.
two.
No.
That's what
I'm
I'm
not
talking
talking about that. No, I'm talking about what you just said about sensible and apparent horizon. That's what I'm talking about. Sensible what? You said sensible, but nothing else. Sensible, that by itself, it's nonsensical. So read what you just wrote, or read out what you just read again. Please. Is my mic working?
Yep.
Yeah, your mic's working.
Sorry, I was on mute. I was on mute, sorry. The depression. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, God forbid Neil says something. Go ahead.
I just want you to clear the deck, Neil. The depression, or as it is generally called, the dip of the horizon, is the angle contained between the sensible and apparent horizons. The angular point.
Stop. The sensible and apparent horizon. They don't fucking the sensible what? Sensible horizon? What's that?
That's the eye line horizontal with a bubble.
That's not a sensible. That's not a horizon though.
No, they have many names for it. Astronomical, sensible. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And there is no dip angle to the horizon. That dip angle is horseshit. That's non-celestial navigation.
Don't get stuck on the word dip. I'm trying to explain that dip has nothing to do with Earth curve. That dip is the difference between the two levels, one being at the eye line and the other being the ocean surface. That's the dip. That's the space in between.
So the sensible horizon is what you're saying is like if you was a duck with your eye level.
No,
if you
there is no sensible horizon. That's the problem.
Right.
There's only one horizon, isn't there?
No, just give me a second. There's only one horizon, okay? In reality, when we all of these things only exist in the maths, right, to justify the calculation. Now you can stick a dingleberry on it, or you can stick a flat plane on it, but they're not realities. They're descriptions that allow you to do the adjustment for height of eye. So it says here, look, if the eye of the observer were at the surface, visible, both the visible and sensible horizons would coincide. There'd be no need to have a sensible horizon. It's just a horizon. You wouldn't need to do any adjustment whatsoever. There would be no dip, as it says, yeah? And that's the point. Don't reify in any way the use of these horizons in these terms they're only there for adjustment mathematics. Yeah, they're not anything else. That unless you're a baller, then you're desperate to reify one of them. But as far as I see it and view them, they don't exist unless you're trying to make the adjustment. So in the case of the visible and the sensible, with you in your rubber ducky life survey, they're the same. If you go up a little bit, you're only getting your visible, and you realize you've got to make that adjustment for the deck being below your height of eye. But there isn't another horizon you're aligning to that does or does not exist. It's just a mathematical way of calculating it to justify the adjustment.
Thank you, Adam.
It's
You
just a
can go
crop
to
note,
the
isn't it?
next post. You can go to the next post in Master B to convolute it even more with the rational horizon. This is fun.
Yeah, I'm not dogging you out, 10th. I know you're just reading that from their horse shit manual, all right? But it's nonsensical.
Yeah, but it's what it is exactly what happened last week when that guy came in to talk about us. This is what they try to do. It's what you caught him on. He was trying to back calculate, weren't he? The sensible horizon, yeah, which would be his point of tangent from his true horizon. The only thing he's done, and he's trying to then calculate where that true horizon is based on where his geometric should have actually been. This is the trouble when there is only one horizon. It's got nothing to do really in terms of curvature. Yeah, it's just a rendering point of dissolution, which we can approximate to level, all things being equal. Yeah, that's all it is. It's when they try to then turn these horizons into geometric features, and that's what I'm warning. Was warning there that in my mind, when you're doing this, in reality, there is no reification. It's just a mathematical adjustment that you only have to make in certain circumstances based on conditions, and those conditions have got nothing to do with Earth curving.
Yeah. Now
let's go ahead and read
bring
that.
in.
Hey, let's read it. Hold on, 10th. So what 10th just read out just a couple seconds ago, we're going to read that, just a sentence, and then we're going to go down to the next paragraph. Watch this. So from 10th's citation. Dip is the angular distance between the sensible or true horizon, that's horseshit, that doesn't exist, and the visible horizon, that's redundant, upon which the sun or star is observed. That's horseshit. Hey, you want some more horseshit? Hold on a second. Almost choked. Refraction is the angular distance any heavenly body appears above its true place. This is in the sextant manual. I thought, ballers, it doesn't say anything about any horizons in here with their fairy tale refraction. Whoever wrote this doesn't know what refraction is. Refraction is the angular distance. Angular distance? I'd like to see the units of measure for that. Refraction is the angular distance any heavenly body appears above its true place in the heavens due to the bending of the rays of light that doesn't exist, passing through the Earth's atmosphere, which is a contradiction in terms, which is not uniform density. This is a bunch of convoluted horse shit.
The best is yet to come.
On so many levels. Go ahead.
Keep reading. The best is yet to come.
Keep reading.
Let's talk about the invisible horizon.
You want me to keep reading?
Yeah.
10? You want me to keep reading? You said the best is yet to come.
Well, it's also previous and yet to come. So just keep reading because parallax is the angular difference between an altitude observed on the Earth's surface, so presuming a ball, or the true or sensible horizon, and what it would be if it observed at the Earth's center on the rational horizon.
On the rational horizon. Whoever wrote this is a fucking comedian.
You have to have a rational
Who wrote
horizon.
this?
Listen, this rational horizon is the equatorial plane.
Right.
Who wrote this? Is he a fucking comedian?
John, Dewey, right? The only way that you can rationalize the ball is to have another horizon at the center of it. That's why it's called the rational horizon. It's not because it is rational. It's just the only way you can rationalize the ball. You have to have another third horizon. Oh, party.
Neil.
It's hard to hear you with the
Neil,
motorcycle in the
Neil.
background.
Sorry!
You don't need to shout sorry, just go on mute.
Fuck's sake, I didn't even know I was off mute. I'm in the middle of shit here.
Yeah, you don't need to tell us about why you were off mute either, just shh.
He's drag racing right now.
He was just rationalizing, Nathan.
Okay.
I can't say another word. Can you? You know, he was moaning about birds earlier.
No,
Can you hear
this
Baby Shark?
document.
Birds in the background audio.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can I say a word? This document
Well,
right
just one
here is
sec,
one
I
of the
just
most
wanna know if I can
convoluted
continue
pieces
to
of horse
speak, John,
shit I've seen.
No, John
Why
won't
is he
allow that.
talking?
Because he was talking first, and then you just decided to talk straight to
No,
him.
he
So he
wasn't.
carried on. Yeah, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Is there too much background or not?
What, with John and you talking at the same time?
No, I mean the kids' party next door. I've got Baby Shark playing out. I don't know.
Nah, I can't hear that.
Oh, it's so cool.
All right, so everyone
can
will just
you-
go quiet, right? Until I start talking. So, this document, Nathan, can you put this document up on your show? Or are you too busy?
What, where is it? Where is it?
Nathan, I'm going to post the cover of the book. You're going to love the guy's last name. Yeah, you're going to post the cover of the book, which has the name of the book and who wrote it and all that, and also that page. I'll put it in Masturbate.
Big chunk of text, yeah?
Well, it takes me a while to copy and paste, just so you guys
Oh,
talk.
it's not there yet. Okay.
The document's there, but not the one who wrote it. So just chill for a second.
Where have you posted it, QA? Is it in Discord or
It's in Master B.
Masturbate? Oh.
Goodness gracious, 10th. While we're young, I got a ZZ Top beard going on.
Okay, that's my line, patented already, copyrighted. I'm on the second page of 3. Just hold your horses. Go shoot an arrow or two.
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
Can I have some help here?
You could keep quiet while we figure out what we're doing. What we're doing? I'm just sat here waiting to put something up.
Look, you guys are so impatient. Let me just send you the first 2 and I'll get the other part. Here comes the first 2, Master B. My gosh.
What help do you need, Neil? Someone pass. You're right, dude.
Captain, is this from Captain Pugsley?
I told you you'd like the last name.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Okay, I got the
Second
cover up.
page.
I got the cover up on screen.
All right. So the second page is the one with all the highlights, Nathan, right above Captain Pugsley.
It's coming. I'll send it right next. Just hold it.
Well, we already got it.
Okay.
That's Pugsley, not Pugwash.
I just filled
Right.
up my tank, right? So I merged to get on the highway. I feel no power. I pull over and now the car's not even starting. It's just like chugging. I'm freaking screwed.
Oh no. AAA time.
Did you put diesel in it?
Put regular. The diesel won't even fit in the thing. Put regular gas. I don't know. What the freak, man?
Is it the
Oh,
visible
God.
highway or the?
Oh god, this is painful.
Current?
I'm gonna round out in a minute.
Okay. Okay. So do you have that up with the highlights on it?
Yes.
All right, you want me to go ahead and read it?
Yes, please.
I figured you were it was at that point. So, do you want comments in it, or do you just want me to read it out?
You can comment along. Now we're here.
Okay. This is from Captain Pugsley for $2 in the year of our Lord 1857. Height of eye is the number of feet the eye of the observer is above the surface of the sea at the instant of observation. If he would have stopped right there, Pugsley would have been good, but he didn't. With it, the dip of the horizon, that's horseshit, is taken from table 14 and subtracted from the observed altitude of any heavenly body. Dip is the angular distance between the sensible or true horizon, neither of those exist, and the visible horizon, that's painfully redundant, all horizons are visible, upon which the sun or star is observed. It is found in table 14, and it is always subtractive. Refraction is the angular distance, yeah, I'd like to see that one, any heavenly body appears above its true place in the heavens due to the bending of the rays of light that don't exist, passing through the Earth's atmosphere, which is a contradiction in terms, which is not of uniform density. It is found in table 20A.
Can we stop there?
Yes.
Because I like part of it, right? Because if it was in italics, refraction, we are going to use this term refraction in this way here. It's the angular distance of any heavenly body where it appears above its true place. So if, for example, I'm taking something below 20 degrees, whatever the reason that I've checked with other stars, I know where I'm at, so I know where this star should be, but it's not. It's out by a little bit. And these are where, I don't think, if we take away the poisoning the well of what refraction means and just accept it as that it's just the differential between what you measure and the true position it should be holding, and we don't apply refraction, with higher angles. We're only applying it to then I'm happy with, again, if he just sticks with that first sentence. That's what refraction means when we're talking about it here. Nothing to do with physics. It's just our word. It's the angular distance the heavenly body appears above its true place. So it's displacement of where we actually know it is through whatever means that we're measuring, measurement error.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not refraction. When he
No.
says refraction is the angular distance any heavenly body appears above its true place, he's going to have to show where there's a barrier where refraction takes place between the sun and us.
No. So that's what I'm trying to say. If he just, instead of calling it refraction, he called it raspberries. Yeah? Do you get me? If he's just picking a word to define it, his definition of a variance of when we know we've got a fix, but we then measure other stars and they're displaced from the almanac where they should be. If we just call that term raspberries, that's that I'm happy with. Yeah, it's then when we go on to the physics later on that I've got an issue where he's attributing cause to it. Yeah, and then the refraction becomes pertinent. But if you just take it that there are these errors, and if we called them raspberries, these differences between where the star should be in the position, every other star's matching up, but this one's got a variance. I'd be happy with that, and because it would be described as a angular distance, because the angle is a distance above its true GP, so it would have a false GP if from your measurement.
An angle is the distance.
Yeah, in terms of celestial navigation, yeah. So that
Angle
variance
is a
in the
distance.
angle would have a variance in the distance of the GP.
So the angle is a distance. Let's just ponder that for a second. What's angles measured in?
And celestial navigation, I'm talking, not geometry.
No. What's angles measured in?
Degrees.
What's distance measured in?
Well, let's keep it simple. We'll say nautical miles.
Yeah, that's contradiction in terms. It's law of identity violation. I'm just saying. All right. Do you want me to continue?
No, I'm stuck on what the issue is. When he says
Yeah,
angular distance,
I don't need to explain it. Do you want me to explain it again?
Yeah, well, yeah. Just the specific bit where angular distance, because I think that specifically relates to celestial navigation in terms
And
of.
I just showed you in context where it can't relate to anything. So, what's angle units of measure?
Well, that's what wasn't clear to me, where you showed me that. So just explain it
Yeah,
again.
I did show you that. So angles are measured in degrees, and distance is measured in what?
Nautical
Yeah,
miles.
there's the problem. So I have a problem with that phrase. I've had a problem with it from the beginning. I just haven't said anything, but I'm saying it now.
I'm still not comprehending it. So just.
All right. Well, we can move on.
No, I'm confused. Just explain why. Because we're working in the convention of celestial navigation. Or are you stepping outside of that and saying angular distance? I have a problem in terms of that.
I'm saying there is
convention
no
mismatch.
such thing as angular distance in any context because it's a
Not even in
contradiction in
celestial
terms.
navigation.
Yes. Come up with another phrase because that's a contradiction. I just went over it twice.
Even though the meaning is apparent, it's just because you've got the contradiction. Well, the meaning's apparent when we're angular distance in celestial navigation is apparent in terms of, to me anyway, what it's
so that's
relating
not
to
actual.
within. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So is it just the convention of the mixing of the two words? It doesn't sit. I mean, to me, it's apparent what it means. So I'm struggling as to the opposition to it. Angular distance.
Yeah.
But we're not in geometry.
Unless somebody else has a different take on it. Show us what we're missing.
I agree with you. In geometry, you can't, but we're not in geometry. We're in celestial navigation. So angular distance has a meaning to me anyway. Specifically in relation to a GP. And the angle I'm measuring is in also a distance. Because I've got my two parallel
angular can't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you can't have an angular distance. If somebody can show me on here angular distance.
Yeah, Brian.
Anyone
originally postulated this about 8 months ago, and he just got it in the neck from a load of ballers because they said the same as you. You know, they're two different things. You've made up this term, and Brian was like, yeah, I am going to make up this term. What I mean by angular distance is 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. That's what he means when he says angular distance. But that's a contextual conversion from the angle you measure to a distance that he's ascribing at 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. Well, that doesn't mean that there's such a thing as angular distance. It's just something that Brian described, and now Adam's doing the same thing. He's saying, in the context of celestial navigation, I'm going to say that the angular distance is just a shorthand way of saying for every 1 degree, we're going to call it 60 nautical miles. Right, Adam?
Yeah, and I can appreciate the contradiction, I say, but I'd say if I was in a celestial navigation chat and somebody uses it, I know what they mean. It's a very short, the shorthand's the best way of describing the convoluted way of what it means. But fundamentally correct, yeah, in geometry, it's a nonsense. I agree with that also. But I wouldn't have a problem in this forum with it, if you know what I mean, because it means something. It's a shorthand for something. So yeah.
Okay, but I can live with that. I just every time it comes up from here on out, I'm going to stop anyone who says it.
No, it's good. We should do that because I was confused to your objection, and you know, people should know what the objection is in totality because it is a complete. If you were sat in an A-level maths exam and say calculate the angular distance of this, yeah. you would scratch your head, wouldn't you?
Yep.
And I'd write for recourse, but yeah. Hopefully we understand. To me,
We
it's
understand
fair.
what they mean in celestial navigation for angular distance. That doesn't justify the phrase angular distance as sensical, right? Follow?
Yes, yeah, that I agree with. Correct.
Okay. Can I move on?
What is that? But angular distance is not an actual distance, right?
Did
Just
we not
saying.
just cover this like 25 seconds ago and for the last hour and a half?
I know, and I'm summarizing it in
calculation.
like 3 seconds.
1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. That's the calculation. But there isn't an angular distance. QE said this about 16 times. It's a contradiction in terms, isn't it?
I'm with you all the way. I've been listening.
All right. Can I move on? We're getting, because this page looks like he's defining terms: dip, refraction, parallax, horizontal parallax, zenith distance, zenith, nadir, declination. That's what it looks like, right? So he's defining his terms right here. He's got, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I agree. That's why I said I kind of liked it. But it's important. The rest of it I didn't like. And I said that first set, raspberries, just that first sentence, I liked as a definition in terms of within the model. But then I have real issue with the latter part, the attribution of cause.
It's like I said, if he would have stopped at the first sentence and just left it go, he'd been good. But no, he had to show us his Deuce 7 offsuit, numpty dipshittery. So we're going to expose him right here, Mr. Pugsley, for $2 in the year of our Lord 18, whatever. All right. You want me to continue? We're next on horizontal parallax?
Feel free.
Or, I'm sorry, it's parallax. Parallax is the angular difference between an altitude observed on the Earth's surface or the true or sensible horizon. Those things don't exist. So his parallax definition is bunk. Hopefully everyone follows that. And what it would be if it observed that the Earth's center on the rational horizon doesn't exist. No one's ever been to the Earth's center. So all of this is nonsensical bullshittery. Next. Now, any objections with that?
Only one. You say no one's ever been to the center of the Earth, so it doesn't exist. Well, if they could it even exist even if you were at the center of the Earth? No. What would you see if you were at the center of their Earth? You wouldn't be seeing any bloody horizon.
Liquid, really hot stuff.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Where are you making an horizon out there? Like I said, the only reason for it is to rationalize the ball. That's why
we're in Dingleberry territory at this point.
Yeah. All right. Ready for the next one?
Go on.
Let's go.
Horizontal Horizontal parallax is the parallax of a heavenly body when on the observer's horizon. Let me read that again. Horizontal parallax is the parallax. You can't use the same word. If you're defining stuff, you can't use the same word in the definition, but I digress. Horizontal parallax is the parallax of a heavenly body when on the observer's horizon. What the fuck? Can somebody explain that to me? What does that even mean?
So a star is visible on your horizon, and that's called parallax. Okay.
Horizontal parallax is the parallax of a heavenly body when on the observer's horizon. What? It's meaningless. I don't get it. Maybe somebody later.
On the observer's horizon.
It could be because they got so many horizons, all mathematical, non-existent. This one is where the observer is, and he's making a contrast. It could be that.
Good catch.
And the meaning?
None. Confusion. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm lost. All right, let's go to the next one. Let's see if we can get out of this hall of mirrors. I doubt it. Zenith distance is the difference between the true altitude of heavenly body and 90 degrees. Now that makes sense. It is named the opposite. It is named opposite the bearing. Okay, that's he's got his act together with that. Everyone agree?
Come on, Pugsley, you're 2 for 2.
All right, Zenith is that point directly over the observer's head. Hey, 2 for 2. Nadir is the point. Is that Ralph? I digress. Nadir is that point directly beneath the observer's feet and opposite to the zenith. That's 3 for 3. Is that 3 for 3?
No, but he means all the way to the South Pole. So boo.
No.
Is that what he's?
Doesn't have to mean that.
Well, he does if he's on the Dingleberry.
Exactly, but if you don't put a Dingleberry in there, the deer is just as a valid imaginary point. The zenith is, no one has a star above the head, except I know one person that did, but no one actually has a star above the head to define a zenith. It's always an imaginary point defined by 90 degrees to the plane you stood upon. So the nadir is just as valid a imaginary position to me.
All right, we good? Declination of a heavenly body is the angular distance. It is north or south of the equator. In other words, it is the terrestrial latitude at the instant of observation and is tabulated for Greenwich noon each day with its hourly difference in the nautical almanac. The end.
Very good.
So if you go to the image right after that one, you could see, you can see Pugsley right there on top at the sensible horizon.
You mean the Dingleberry blue ball? Last slide.
No, go. That's the last slide. Go to the first slide of all those slides. Got zenith and
the last slide, the first slide of all those slides. Makes perfect sense.
With the slanty
well, he's
zenith.
on the very last of all my slides. He needs to go to the beginning.
I wish I hadn't asked.
Don't worry, Nathan. I'll let this one slide.
Got a dude standing with a slanty zenith. Is that what you want?
Yes. That's Captain Pugsley right there. So that's his sensible horizon. Yeah. And then you can see it's got to be parallel to the rational horizon, which is the equatorial plane. If you cut the sphere in two, having two hemispheres. So this is how they do the mind trick. And this is why sunlight for them has to come in parallel to get the same angle corresponding on top as it is at the rational. Go to the next slide. So here we've got.
Hold on. Go back to the previous slide. We got NP and SP. Is that Numpty Pugsley and Sassenach Pugsley? Is that what they are?
I've got another question on that slide as well. Isn't the rational horizon also then the celestial horizon?
Yes.
Why are the two differences when it's...
No, they have many names for these things. Keep going. Let's keep going through. Sensible is also astronomical. Go figure. Are you on the next one, Nathan?
I wasn't, but I can be. Apparent altitude.
Yeah, so you got here a cone that's visible horizon. You can see the cone is in green and visible horizon is also in green. And that's basically the Altaz method using the Altaz coordinate system, a flat plane and the observer in the middle. And the sensible horizon is depicted here as the eye line of whoever it is in this one, observer's eye line. And then here we go, we're back to dip correction, which is not dip, but the difference between the actual horizon where we only have one, which is the ocean, and the sky where they meet, and the depression angle between the two. So, but they've got that Dingleberry there in blue to make you think it's all working on a curved surface. And yet, in the previous slide, you saw that their angle measurements all come from the rational horizon, equatorial plane. Now, almanacs never have anything coming from the surface. It's always from a flat plane cut by the Earth being cut in two. This will clear up as we keep going. So let's just keep going. Next
this
slide.
is going to clear up.
Well, it's clear up as much as possible. The next slide, we have the Dingleberry, the visible horizon. Okay, not the sensible at this time, but the visible is shown to be flat, straight, horizontal. It looks like the moon there at X. And then the measurement comes from the center, from the rational. Or in this case, as Adam said, celestial, same thing. Rational and celestial are one and the same because it coincides with the celestial sphere model. And the parallax for them is the difference if you took it from the center versus from the surface. That's what they are trying to say the parallax correction is. But nothing's happening from the center because there is no center. Next slide, we've got the zenith. We've got the sensible, and then we've got the angles that they're saying the dip is, which is not true. And then you got the rational. You see, when they put that Dingleberry, when they put that Dingleberry, screws everything up for them. But they need the imaging to confuse the public. The angles are never coming where that guy is in this image. The angles are always coming from the center of the Earth at the rational horizon, which means they need an equatorial plane, a flat surface to get all their angles. That's what you're computing when you go to the Nautical Almanac. This is all.
I'm getting dizzy over all these friggin' horizons. Can somebody consolidate all the horizons they conjure? Just put them in a row and define each one of them for us. Can somebody do that?
Slide. Yeah, next slide.
In the end, there's only one horizon. Don't worry, QB.
Literally about to do exactly that with the next slide. Go ahead, 10th.
Yeah, so you've got the observer eye at the sensible, which is parallel to the actual geoidal horizon, which is the Earth's horizon, the one that you see with the sextant mirror. And then you've got the celestial, which is also called the rational at the center. And they all create a 90. I'm telling you.
Wait, so the celestial horizon got a couple different names. It's the astronomical horizon and the rational horizon, right? So we need that.
No. The celestial is
consolidate.
The celestial is also known as the rational. The sensible.
That's what I just said.
Hang on, but the sensible is known as the astronomical.
Oh, so the celestial horizon is not the astronomical.
No, I have different depictions that show the sensible interchangeable with astronomical. And I've got, obviously, we've seen here, celestial is interchangeable with rational.
Oh, you're mistaken. I've seen celestial horizon and astronomical used interchangeably. You want me to go find it?
No, I'm not saying there aren't, because many of these slides interchange so much that they get confused. Yes. Now the geoidal, if you can hold back for a minute, the geoidal is the Earth's actual horizon.
It sounds like all these horizons have been made up by probably anti-flat earthers to kind of distract away from the actual.
This is celestial navigation.
What the horizon is. Right?
Say that last one again, 10th. There.
Hold on, Adam. Hold on, Adam. I got it. From National Geographic, the astronomical horizon and true horizon are the celestial horizons.
It gets weirder.
Bring it on. Hello? You guys still out there?
Yeah.
How could a car be riding fine, then just die?
Oh,
Entropy.
brother.
I would like to repeat, I think that all these horizons all over the place, one horizon for this, horizon for that, it's all been made up just to distract away from the actual horizon and the truth that it reveals about 90
Correct.
degrees and a flat plane.
Correct. We're just illuminating that fact to everyone because this evolution is blushing. I'll put it to you that way, whatever that is.
Well, there's a phrase I put up. There's a phrase I put up. The phrase I put up is true. That's all right. Zenith is always 90 degrees from the horizon. That's all you need to know.
Well,
we only have one horizon.
That can't be true to a geoidal horizon, can it? Because the
We only have
should be in opposition.
No. They again, don't worry about the name and the hijacking of one horizon.
No. In their rhetoric, okay.
Yes.
All of these horizons, if you demonstrate, are there to form a 90, even down to the center of the Earth. The only one that shouldn't would be the one that is an horizon that is formed by the geometry of a ball. That geoidal horizon should not be parallel like the celestial and sensible are. It should be out of kilter based on R.
Agreed.
Okay then. So
you got one more? You want one more?
There is only one. It's just the horizon we see.
No, I know.
All the rest of them are just.
Hold on a second.
I've got another name for another horizon.
Well, they got a bunch of, it changes all the time, I'm telling you.
Yeah, but it's always based on how far we can see, on the conditions of the air, through which we see wherever the horizon will apparently end up. So
here it comes. All right.
That's it, right? It's an appearance. The horizon is apparent. Why is it apparent? Well, because there is no geometry to the thing that we're standing on, right? It's just flat. And when it's just flat, there's a natural consequence. The horizon is going to be apparent depending on the conditions of the air we're looking through. Basic refraction, negligible.
Yeah, basic
but
refraction.
There is
That's
a limited
nonsense.
sight,
Okay.
right? If it's very moist, you're not going to see that far compared to when it's
That's not
that
refraction.
moist.
That's not refraction. Here's
Just
the
1 sec.
horizons I need definitions for.
Okay. I've got-
Geoidal horizon,
Not terrestrial
sensible
refraction.
horizon.
I wasn't talking about
Shut
terrestrial
up.
refraction.
Guys.
Talking about horizons. This is what I need. Then you can get back to your fairy tale refraction. Geoidal horizon, sensible horizon, rational horizon, visible horizon, true horizon, astronomical horizon, and celestial horizon. I think I got them all. They're in ball busters. I need definitions for each of those. Thanks.
Okay, got your slide up, 10th.
I just want to show that contradiction with 10th. If you go to the bottom, look, you now look at the geometric horizon, look. It's now creating a tangent to the surface of the geometry, which is in opposition to both the visible and sensible. But in the previous diagram, they were all shown as parallel lines. Well, not in this diagram. These are the contradictions of their claims as they try to contort it to a ball. Contradictions in the basic geometry of what they're describing from the previous picture. Geometrical horizon was a parallel line. Now in this one, it's not.
Yes, Adam, that was my whole point of saying what I said, because what they're trying, the geoidal all of a sudden got a new name because it was the visible, but then there they called it the geoidal because the correction was is under the sensible. Everywhere else we read was that once you do height of eye, the sensible and the horizon at sea, height of eye level, become parallel one to another. They mislabeled it there as geoidal when it should be visible. That was my whole point.
Yay.
Earth is
Absolutely
flat,
right.
guys.
So is
Earth is
is
flat.
that it? Are we concluded?
Yeah, I think we're all clear. There is only one horizon.
Terrestrial refraction only exists in their minds.
Must have been a pretty lively show. Sorry I missed it.
No, not especially. Same old, same old.
That's what happens now when you're famous on other formats. Just roll in when you want. Superstar.
Yo. No one to stick up for the Globe, huh? Even though 99 point something percent of people believe it's the Globe, no one to defend it today.
No,
I don't. If I had friends like you guys, you Globers, sheesh.
Been no Globers, mate. It's just been us going through the ridiculum of their horizons for the past hour.
The systemic problem with the Globers and, well, mostly the anti-flat earthers is that they can't handle the truth. They can't handle what keeps coming out of us, right? How we're able to actually get a grip on the situation, and they are just like staring at us, not doing anything. And so
Hey,
they
Adam.
just keep just trying to sneak up on us while we grow, while we get a grip on things. It's really kind of tragic when you think about it.
Okay, Adam, I got it now. Last slide. I mean, there's more, but I'll make this my last. Sensible, geoidal, celestial, which is rational as well, geometrical, and then divisible down at the bottom, which is right next to the geoidal.
That's the bloody worst. Visible horizon is some 8,000 miles south of the South Pole of their dingleberry. That's, you see, that. This is what the excuses in Stellarium do. So this is how they have to match up their horizons for their ball. Yeah. So this is actually the claim, not.
Gives a whole new meaning of height of eye, 8,000 mile dip curve.
Understand that claim. You're looking south of the equator. The skyline that's open to you, yeah, has a GP south of the equator.
Bye-bye, ball.
I've just found
All right, we still
astronomical
here?
horizon. Yeah, John, I've just got astronomical horizon, equivalent to sensible. I'll show you on. Oh, you won't be able to see it, will you?
Well, there I'm in Ballbusters. I put all the horizons with question marks. Do you want them again? Here they are: geoidal, sensible, rational, visible, true, astronomical, celestial, and geometric. I need all those.
What do you want? Definitions of them?
Yep.
Oh God.
I'll put it in Master B also. Unless somebody can think of
give it you
another
now. I'll
horizon,
give
I
you
think
that.
I got
Right.
them all.
Sensible horizon, the horizon we see. Yeah, that's the horizon we see. Geoidal, celestial, geometric, visible, astronomical. Yeah, made up. Mathematical explanations dependent on your need. whether that's to justify a model or to justify an adjustment calculation. But none of them are real. The only one that's real is the point of optical dissolution within the lens.
I got a wiki article for you, QE, that might explain some of those from their point of view. The Master B.
I don't need it piecemealed. I need all of them together and presented.
They're
to
pretty
me.
much, yeah, they're together. Just go to that link.
They're all made up to justify a ball.
Exactly.
And they're obvious contradictions in terms of keeping the angle the same even though they've moved. Just demonstrates that it's just all about a justification for a ball. None of it's got anything to do with celestial navigation. It's all about, I say, justifying it on a ball. And look at what they've got to do.
We even got some more, Adam. At the bottom of that link, it says, see also artificial horizon, fog horizon, haze horizon, and smoke horizon. They got to convolute horizon, since we only got one, so many different ways to get their game across the board to the finish line so people don't suspect the lie.
Easy way to tell a false horizon. Is it based on R?
Well, I don't know. Any horizon that's not a representation of where the sky meets the ground is a false horizon. So your sensible horizon, just saying that 90 degrees from your position, well, that's not a horizon. A horizon's a horizon. Establishing a horizontal from your position. I don't know why they call it a horizon. You're just establishing a horizontal, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Horizon's the point of a limitation, which helps us define a level. Yeah? So anything outside of that is what? Trying to reify it, as I've said, into something else that it's not. And the point I made about per horizon, all we need is that knowledge. There's no R involved. Like I said, height of eye doesn't require R. But if you look at all of these other horizons require an R adjustment. Yeah, your celestial needs R to bring it to the center of its ball. They're all just mathematical adjustments to strap this flat Earth measurement onto a ball and to give it validity within mathematics. And the reason there probably is so many silly little names is a point of confusion, as if they have some merit. None of them have any merit. They're all mathematical reifications. Yeah, they're not real, any of them. They're just a way of trying to describe your real life flat Earth observation in ball maths.
It's good to be a flat earther.
It's just weird. There's nothing like, you know, when you got toddlers and you say, "Oh, just let them tucker themselves out."
Yeah, that never happens.
What about you with us? With that many pauses, you've ended the show.
I'm just testing stuff.
Are you playing video games again, Nathan?
So, Adam, will you give us a
140 frames rate while streaming? So I'm messing with the settings.
I knew it.
Adam, give us a summary one horizon versus all these horizons?
Well, there is only one horizon. The one we use with a sextant to define a level. Yeah. The rest of them take that horizon and move them only in mathematics to justify a ball, whether it's geoidal, celestial, geometrical, yeah, astronomical, true horizon. That's the dirty one, isn't it? But like I said, all of them require an adjustment for R, and that they do abandon perspective and optics in doing that. It's part of the old switcheroo within the mathematics, is again an abandonment of perspective to substitute for curvature. And then that then justifies apparently new horizons.
I am now getting in a tow truck. Thank you, universe.
Oh, brilliant.
Thank God you're
Well,
safe.
that's good to hear, Neil.
The good thing, though, it's early, so maybe they'll be able to fix it today.
Say again, Neil.
I said the good thing is it's still early. So wherever he takes me, maybe they'll fix it today. Because if they don't, I don't know how I'm getting home. I'm 3 hours from my home.
Good luck, fella.
Well, I'm in the bug.
Looping.
I'm in the bug.
Holographic sun.
Stop
Non-local.
I'm gonna say goodbye for the day. I'm looking over. I'm looking over the horizon here of my ranch, and I have a lot of work to do. So it was enjoyable.
Great
Good weekend, Tim. See you later, Tim.
See you guys.
See you guys Monday.
The farm horizon.
Looping.
Oh, that's the
Non-local
looping horizon.
holographic.
The looping farm horizon.
No, the horizon is not looping. It's an apparent effect.
What does apparent mean?
Optical based.
Say again?
Optical based.
No, that's not. What's the? Give me the definitions for apparent in each context.
What?
There's only
No.
two. There's only two contexts. There's. It's got a couple meanings in different contexts.
Well, I don't know them. Please.
Yeah,
enlighten me.
apparent and so there's two contexts. Apparent can mean apparently it's self-evident, it's obvious, or apparent can mean not actually. So it depends on the context what you're using the word, right? Context for that specific term anyway.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, the horizon is actual. It is something we actually see, but it is not a geometry.
But it's not actual.
Clearly visible or understood, obvious. That's one English languages.
Well,
In terms of
wouldn't
probably
he-
what we're talking about, it's seeming real or true, but not necessarily so.
Oh, brother.
And that would be the correct case in the horizon. The horizon does seem to be real and true.
Well,
but
look,
it's not
if the
necessarily,
horizon was geometric, we would see a geometric sign. The horizon would be dictated by the geometry of whatever we're standing on, right? That's not happening. So it's only an apparent effect. Well, the only scenario that I could envision is a flat plane in which the conditions of the air would dictate the distance we could see and thus where the horizon would appear.
That's convoluted. So how are you using a pair?
Why does the horizon
Extremis
appear?
is hold on. We'll get back to that. Extremis, you're back. We had a whole show about you.
Back, I couldn't stay away.
Yeah, we had a whole show about you. You missed it.
I'm sorry I missed it. I'll
Yeah,
catch it
we
up.
were-
I'll catch it later on the app when I watch it on the posting.
Well, we can go over it right now if you'd like. I'll go ahead and read what you said. I'll also post it in Discord.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I posted it in Discord. It's right there. So follow it. Here we go. So this is what you said at 9:31 this morning. Why do we need to show how a gas expands to a vacuum when flat earthers have failed to demonstrate a vacuum next to a container? This is a straw man of the globe. No one on the globe side will say there's a vacuum next to a container. This is a demonstration of a lack of understanding among flat earthers how the globe model works. Why should we demonstrate something the globe model does not claim? Do we want to go through this sentence by sentence? Because this is one of the most retarded statements I think I ever heard.
Okay, let's go through it.
Yeah, why do we need to show a gas expands to a vacuum when flat earthers, that's a stereotype fallacy, by the way, right there, have failed to demonstrate a vacuum next to a container? Why the fuck would we want to show
No
you
need.
a
Start-
vacuum
no need.
next to a container?
No need for the swearing. Let's start off on the right foot. So far, so good. Reasonable so far.
All right, I'll try to toe down on the F-bombs. So, why would we
He heard.
Flat
he heard.
earthers.
He heard.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, was there a question for me to answer? Repeat the question again.
Nathan, he heard, but it's not getting through.
I mean,
So
I thought
I'll-
you were just reading it. I didn't realize I was supposed to reply.
So here's what happened. Try to keep up. I read through the whole thing that you claimed, and then all of a sudden I said, let's go through each sentence and we'll go through one at a time. You said, okay, go ahead. I went ahead, and then you said, am I supposed to answer that? So, yes, you're supposed to answer.
Repeat the question, please.
You said flat earthers have failed, which is a stereotype fallacy, by the way. Flat earthers have failed to demonstrate a vacuum next to a container. Did somebody claim? Go ahead.
Somebody, yes. I mean, we hear all the time that there's a vacuum next to a container.
You do? Where?
I mean, would you like to do a search for it? It's probably.
Would you like to do a search for it? We don't
Here we
claim that.
go. Stop. I
I'm
can't
a
hear what you're
flat earther.
saying. Stop. Say again, Scramus. I didn't know what you said.
So if I do a search in the voice chat, in the text chat, it's referenced at least a dozen times over the last week.
I'm a flat earther. Hold on. I'm a flat earther, so that goes directly to me. I don't care what other people have put anywhere else. Flat earthers have failed to demonstrate a vacuum next to a container. I have never made that claim in any context in the past 7 years. What the heck are you talking about?
Okay, so you have not, but there has been a claim by some flat earthers.
Oh, now it's some.
It's a generalization, yes, I admit it.
Oh, it's a stereotype fallacy. This makes no sense. This is non sequitur. Why do we need to show how gas expands into a vacuum? Why do you need to show? I don't know why you need to show that.
Hold on a second, Kiwi. Hold on. He did just say, okay, admittedly, he's admitted to the stereotyping fallacy, albeit a mild concession. Let's move past that. and he said some flat earthers have said it, but we still haven't had contextualise what the specific claim some flat earthers make, because it doesn't make any sense. So can you contextualise what some flat earthers, according to you, have made as a claim that needs to be validated by this question, please, Extremis?
That there is a container next to a vacuum around the Earth somewhere.
What?
Yeah, we
Can
have.
I
Hold
ask a
on,
question just for clarification?
hold on. I don't need to say it verbatim. I need you to expand upon it so we understand what that means. Container next to a vacuum. I still don't understand what you mean by that. What's the claim that they're making that you're attacking? Because I don't understand it.
That there needs to be a container to contain the atmosphere around the Earth at some altitude. And somewhere this container is next to a vacuum, because otherwise, if there was air next to a vacuum, the air would go into the vacuum.
Okay, that sounds more like your misapprehension about
When-
the question being asked. So when we ask how can you have gas pressure without a container, Extremis, we're debunking the notion that the sky is a vacuum. We're not asserting that there's a container between us with our gas pressure and the sky vacuum that would still exist. It debunks space as being a sky vacuum. The sky is not a vacuum because we need containment for the gas. But that doesn't assert that there is still a sky vacuum beyond the container, unless you're suggesting, because it sounds like you've just confused quite a few elements of debunking space, and then slapped in space on top of it, like we're asserting that there's still a space beyond the containment we require to be breathing.
Yeah. Exactly.
So there's no vacuum at all, and there is just a container somewhere containing the atmosphere, but no vacuum.
Correct.
Or incorrect. Nobody knows.
Hold on.
do they?
No. That's a positive claim by QE now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're saying hold on. Whether or not there is or isn't is beyond my knowledge and yours, right? So there might be, but what we do know is a couple of things. The assertion by heliocentrism is that there is us breathing gas pressure that's not pressing on anything. It's a sky vacuum beyond the gas pressure. That's the one positive claim. Yeah? Now we are pointing out an antecedent consequent relationship between the gas pressure we are breathing and that requirement for it to have containment. Yep. Now based on the heliocentric assertion that there is no containment, there's just us breathing pressure and then it just isn't pressure. Yeah? Gradiated to a vacuum. Well, that isn't true. Yeah? That
That's not
claim
true.
in that specific context. Now, I can say as a claim, we definitely have containment because I'm breathing gas pressure. That doesn't mean I'm saying there isn't something beyond the containment. I don't know. I wouldn't make a claim either way. But the heliocentric claim of a sky vacuum with no containment is debunked by the necessity to have the thing to press on to be at pressure. There you go.
In other words, it has nothing. In other words, your claim is nonsensical. You follow? It's not a straw man. You just conjured. It's your straw man in a stereotype fallacy. By the way, let's move on. The next statement. No one on the globe side will say there is a vacuum next to a container. So what? Who cares? That's not our claim. Next statement. This is a demonstration of the lack of understanding among flat earthers. There's another stereotype. How the globe model works. Can you please show the globe model in main chat for us?
I cannot.
Then how can you make that claim?
No, it's projection.
It's
No, it's a
projection.
direct insult. It's a cheap insult because that would be to imply that flat earthers think that the way that the globe model works is that somehow rockets have to be let out. You know, like with the Mega Maid. Yeah, we have to open a thing. That would be, yeah, your interpretation of how we think the globe model works. Well, no. We understand how the globe model works, and we're pointing out the contradiction in natural law that you don't get this gas pressure without containment. Not that we think you have containment and need a Mega Maid to open up the dome.
Anything at all?
I got nothing.
Okay, I see it as projection.
Look,
you didn't understand how the rebuttal to the claim of space was formulated by us. You didn't understand that and have repurposed it into something that doesn't make sense anymore by way of your understanding. And the reason I think you've done it is because that phraseology of the question implies to me that in spite of your understanding that we must have containment to be at pressure, you've still retained a sky vacuum belief, but just with a container between it. That's what it appears to me. I could be wrong, but that's how I see you as interpreting our claim that you can't have gas pressure without a container. Not really a claim, it's an antecedent-consequent relationship. But your misinterpretation of it is to say that there's still going to be a sky vacuum, but there's got to be containment between us, our gas pressure, and the sky vacuum that still exists in your mind, even though we've shown that the claim of how it exists is wrong.
Now you can go to the next. Now you can. I'm sorry. Did you want to say something in rebuttal to that?
Nope. I said okay.
Okay, so now we're on to your next claim because I think you were bluffing when you said, "Hey, I can go back and copy these from flat earthers that have said this." So I want you to go back. I'm calling your bluff. All frigging in. I want you to go back and copy flat earthers saying, "Please demonstrate a vacuum next to a container."
Won't do that. He's already explained how. No. This is when he cited what he got this from. It was a mixture of claims that we had made specifically individually, and then thrown together in kind of a convoluted order that still left a sky vacuum in existence, just with containment between us and it. I just went through this, so he's not going to find anybody. He'll find us, and he did say there's loads of people citing this stuff, and then he rattled them off. But none of them put the three things together to come up with the conclusion to present what you originally called a straw man, but it isn't. It's a misunderstanding about the claim being made. The claim being made by us is you can't have gas pressure without a container. That's a fact. Well, that means that we must have a container for us to be breathing gas pressure. Well, that eliminates the heliocentric claim of a sky vacuum. Doesn't mean we know what's beyond the containment.
Right. I understand that, but he said that he had a whole bunch of people when I stopped him and I moved on, but he said he had a whole bunch of people claiming that. Did he not?
Yeah, us. And he did rattle off the examples of what they were claiming. And what they were claiming is what we say in a kind of paraphrase.
No, he didn't rattle shit off. He didn't rattle anything off.
Okay, I thought he did. He gave the examples of what his understanding, not in quotes, just what his understanding of what he was fighting against was.
No, he said he could go back and get like 12 or 13 of them. I can't remember his exact phraseology that he could get that was in chat. I want him to do that.
Okay, let's see if I'm right.
So is that one?
Let's see if I'm right.
That's my understanding. I'd like to see this.
I posted one there.
There we go.
Okay, here's
Good
one.
start. Thank you.
Divergent Droid says, he used that answer to reply to my question, demonstrate gas adjacent to a vacuum where it fails to fully equalize with that vacuum due to entropy in an open system as the globe model claims. That has nothing to do with this.
That it doesn't word for word say vacuum next to a container, but it says gas pressure next to a vacuum. Well, there you go. Gas pressure in a vacuum.
Well, that doesn't. A vacuum's not a container.
Sorry, hold on. Just 1 second. Can you just slowly read through Divergent Droid's question specifically again? Because it sounds to me like he's given a very clear and accurate description of what the heliocentric model is, and then simply asked you to demonstrate the claim the heliocentric model makes, which is gas pressure next to a vacuum. That's what they claim. He's asking you to show that. That's it. It's not asking you
Would
to
you
show
like me to read it again?
a vacuum next to a
Would
container.
you like me to read
That's
it
not what
again?
he's asking at all.
No.
Yes, please.
Divergent Droid said he used that answer to reply to my question, demonstrate gas adjacent to a vacuum where it fails to fully equalize with that vacuum due to entropy in an open system as the globe model claims.
I couldn't have paraphrased that more accurately to summarize every aspect that he was asking you to prove. He's just saying prove that you can have a sky vacuum with us breathing pressure. That's what he's asking. No mention of containment
container.
whatsoever.
No container.
He didn't
No,
mention
never
a
No
container.
vacuum next to a container in that statement.
There is no container in that statement.
It's explicitly excluded in the description.
So, total fail. You just misinterpret.
You got any more?
He's already accepted what I said to him, though. When I broke it down and said it's his misapprehensions and misinterpretation of what we're claiming and debunking, he accepted it. He said, I got nothing. So far, he's been completely conciliatory.
I wanted to circle back and chew a little bit more dumbass meat off the bone.
Well, my interest was, I wondered if genuinely it sounded like there was some flat earthers out there, according to Extremisys, that were touting that after containment, everything else was pretty much. Well, I suppose there is. It's the Flat Earth Society. Yeah, that's the only flat earthers I've ever said that would continue the heliocentric paradigm after you've accepted natural law. So you've got your containment, but then everything else is the same.
We might be seeing a spark of conversion here.
Just a genuine question, Extremisys. Is there people out there that are touting this? Because I've never heard of them, but it sounded like that was your understanding that raised the question, that there are people that claim this.
There are people that say they say that there is a vacuum next to the container. Yes, I have heard that statement.
Where?
I was looking for it. I mean, so I posted another one that, again, not word for word, but it says gas pressure next to a vacuum of space without containment.
Yeah. That's not say you got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. That doesn't say what you just said above.
Again, I was looking for something specific. I can't find anything that uses those exact words. I'll say that.
That doesn't have to be the exact words. It has to just implicitly state that there's a vacuum next to a container. You ain't going to find anything.
Okay, meanwhile, back to Divergent Droid's question, right? I've got a mocked-up picture of a spaceman floating around a spherical Earth in claimed to be orbit. And in the image, we've got this black bit, right? That's 10 to the minus 17 torr, right? The sky vacuum. And then you've got this gaseous layer with clouds and stuff next to it. So when Divergent Droid asked you if you could demonstrate gas pressure without a container, it sounds like you went into this, insults and projection of your misunderstandings onto us. But you haven't answered his question. What he's asking is, the globe Earth claims to have a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum next to high pressure gas. Can you show that's possible? You haven't answered, you just attacked him personally. So said he's an idiot and doesn't understand. No, you don't understand. Because his question was about your belief in the sky vacuum called space and the gas we breathe being next to it. You haven't answered him. You just attacked us all instead. Told us that we're stupid and don't understand, right? Well, why don't we just get back to Divergent Droid's very carefully phrased and demonstrating an excellent understanding of the heliocentric nonsense claim that gas pressure, high pressure gas, is next to a vacuum. So why don't you just answer that question? Because it seems you've avoided Divergent Droid's question in favour of a string of fallacies, stereotyping, ad hominem, projection of your misunderstanding of the question being asked, because he's asked it and you haven't answered it. So could you just answer Divergent Droid's question, which is, can you demonstrate what I have on screen now, which is the general worldview that we're in a sky vacuum with high pressure gas not being contained by anything? That's what he asked. Don't strawman us with your nonsense about what we don't understand when you didn't understand that your bloody globe has got the exact description he gave you when you started attacking us. What's wrong with his question? He's asking you how the globe Earth can have gas pressure next to a vacuum. Why haven't you just answered him?
I don't have an answer.
But so you just chose to tell him he didn't understand and call him an idiot, said he didn't understand and thought he was asking about containers and vacuums beyond them. No, you didn't understand his question, Extremisys. Isn't that plainly obvious that you turned around and projected your ignorance straight back onto him when in fact you didn't understand his question? That's pretty obvious now. Maybe you owe him an apology Because it seems you've attacked him for his misapprehensions he didn't have any misapprehensions about, when in reality, Extremis, you didn't understand, did you? That the sky vacuum had no containment, and he was just asking you about that stupid shit you believe in? You're going to apologise to him. He's one of my mods. I expect you to apologise. You didn't understand.
Sure.
So what you should have said to him is, I don't have an answer for you, Divergent Droid. When you ask me about this picture on screen that the Western world believe in, that's a sky vacuum next to high-pressure gas, I don't have any answers for that stupid shit. That's what you actually meant to say, rather than you don't understand the globe's claim. And then chat skanking about how we don't understand with him as an example of how we don't understand. Well, yeah, we do. You don't understand Extremis. You know, you need to apologise to Divergent Droid, maybe answer his question with the answer that you avoided giving him, which is, I have no way of explaining this stupid shit you're asking about. Because you haven't, have you, Extremis? Just a load of ad homs and personal attacks when you're asked that, about your bloody religious faith that you've got no way of backing. What bloody outrage? Why are you calling us stupid? Stupid idiot. You didn't understand that what he was asking was, how can you have high pressure gas next to a sky vacuum? Because that's exactly what he said.
I said I was sorry.
Apologise to him. You just represent every other wanker we deal with. We ask you how you can have a sky vacuum at all, and you tell us we don't understand. It's indicative of typical ball behaviour, like anti-flat earth behaviour. I ask, how can you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline? And I'm told you're an idiot and you've never done celestial navigation. That's what the answers we get, like your answer. You're an idiot, you don't understand the globe works. No, we absolutely do. And so did Divergent Droid when he asked you the question about this nonsense. But you didn't have an answer for him. You did have a load of personal attacks, though, didn't you? You did have a whole stereotyping fallacy for every single flat earther, that includes me, and how we don't understand the globe's claims. Yeah, I do. You didn't understand our rebuttal, did you? So why didn't you have some bloody humility like the rest of the idiots we face almost daily? And just say, I don't have an answer for you, flat earther, when you ask me about some stupid nonsense I believe in. Don't tack us and tell us we're stupid. Don't tell us we don't understand your stupid nonsense that clearly you haven't got a clue about. Have some bloody humility and say, I have no answer for that. Maybe I should scratch my head about it when we part ways, rather than just telling you you're stupid, which is what you've done. What an absolute outrage. That's the general world we live in and inhabit, though, isn't it, Extremis? Yeah, you with the perceived Western world behind you. But when you're actually confronted by us, we get a, I've got nothing for you. I don't have an answer to that. Why the hell are you chat skanking then? If you don't have any bloody answers, why are you chat skanking Divergent Droid rather than answering him? Why are you doing that? It's pathetic.
Because I'm an asshole.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you hear that? For every other baller listening? Yeah, you're just all assholes. Yeah, when we ask you something you haven't got an answer for, don't tell us we don't understand. Yeah? Because that's what that makes you. Just makes you an asshole. Just say, I don't have an answer for you. I don't have a demonstration for high pressure gas not expanding into available volume. I can't show you that. That general belief that my entire worldview's based on, I can't show you. In fact, I don't have anything to say to you when you point out it violates a law of nature. That'd be entropy law, gas-filled space. Yeah, you could just say, I don't have an answer. Not you don't understand, flat earther. What don't we understand? How I can distract away from it and call you idiots for 25 minutes in chat? Yeah, we understand that greatly. I've been here for 7 years. I understand how you're all assholes, Extremis. I understand that. I also understand the globe and how it's complete nonsense. And that every deceived wanker who is challenged on their nonsense they believe in doesn't have any right to tell me I don't understand the nonsense that they can't explain when they've, quote, got nothing.
I just want to say fair play. That was the most honest answer I've heard from a baller in a long time. And to be honest, I've got no rebuttal to it other than say thanks for the honesty, because it explains all the behaviour. Yeah? But I'll just say one other thing. These things like gas behaviour, they should be things that we're able to agree upon to move forwards. We don't claim we know what it is, and we know you guys can't prove it is, but we should be able to agree on some of the most fundamentals. Yeah, and it's exceedingly frustrating when actually what we get is this, which is a straw man reversal fallacy. And the way you ended it, I think, summarize it. Why should we demonstrate something that the globe model does not claim? We've never asked that of you. We've only ever asked you to demonstrate what the model does claim. And that was what the original question was. And that's in defiance of natural law. And we should be able to agree on that, Extremesis. However awkward it is for you, it is a fact. And at this point, after this many years, we flat earthers, ballers, anti-flat earthers, whatever, we should at least be able to agree on that fact.
Should all be able to just agree that outer space is fake. You can't have gas pressure without a container. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams. Thank you for smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, smashing the PayPal link and thanks button and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!